So, what is this course about? This is by far the largest, most in-depth course that I've done. It includes over 20 web technologies within 5 categories. There are 40 plus projects, mini projects, and code samples. And by the end of this course, you should be able to call yourself a full stack web developer. And that's someone that's comfortable working with both front end and back end technologies. So you should be able to create user interfaces with HTML and CSS, as well as build back-end database-driven applications. All right, so there's 5 areas or parts to this course. We have the front end, the back end, databases, other essential technologies, and debugging and tools. All right, so each area has 4 to 6 sections, and then each section has 4 to 12 lectures. And a lecture can include 1 to 6 videos and also includes the source code that was used in that lecture. So now I just want to very quickly and briefly go over each technology, and I just listed some of the aspects that we'll be learning about in each one. So for the front end, we'll start with HTML at the very basic level. We'll learn about tags and attributes. We'll create lists, forms, tables, etc. And we'll also build a simple HTML template. We will use a little bit of CSS, but I don't want to really get into it because we do have a section dedicated to CSS. Then we'll move to HTML5, and this is a little more advanced. We will be working with some JavaScript to use some of the APIs, such as web storage, geolocation. We'll also work with Canvas, SVG, and also the new video and audio tags. Then we'll move to CSS and CSS3. We'll talk about positioning, gradients, transitions, pseudo classes, and we'll build a CSS3 drop-down menu. Then we'll move to Twitter Bootstrap, which is a front-end HTML and CSS framework. We'll look at different components like the navbar, jumbotron, alerts. We'll look at the grid system, and we'll build a custom Bootstrap theme. For JavaScript, we'll learn all the basics of JavaScript programming, variables, arrays, object-oriented programming, form validation, and we'll also build a GitHub profile extractor using JavaScript and Ajax. Okay, and we'll use the GitHub API. For jQuery, we'll talk about selectors, DOM manipulation, events, and we're going to build a jQuery image slideshow. For backend technologies, we have Node.js, which is basically JavaScript on the server. We'll talk about NPM, which is Node package modules. We can install and use different modules. Express, which is a web framework that we can use with Node. Template engines such as EJS and Mustache. We'll also build an authentication application using Node.js, Passport, and some other modules. All right, so we'll be able to log in, register, access control, and all that. Meteor.js is a framework that runs on the front end and back end, and we'll be learning about templates, collections, subscriptions, and Meteor uses MongoDB on both the front end and back end, so we'll be working with that as well. And we'll build a quick to-do list. For Angular, we'll be working with Angular 2, components, routing, observables, events, and we'll build a simple blog system. PHP, we'll talk about all the basics of PHP and then move on to object-oriented programming. We'll integrate MySQL, we'll talk about superglobals, sessions, cookies, and we'll build an application there as well. Ruby on Rails, we'll talk about the whole MVC framework, controllers, models, views, and also routing, and we'll build a blog in Ruby on Rails as well. For databases, we're going to have a couple relational database technologies such as MySQL. We'll talk about all the basics, tables, queries, selects, inserts, joining, and we'll also integrate with PHP. We'll build a messaging app. For Postgres, which is another relational database, we'll look at the PSQL client. We'll learn commands to manage databases and tables. We'll work with pgadmin4, which is a GUI program to manage our databases, and I'll also show you how to integrate Postgres with PHP. MongoDB, which is a NoSQL database. We'll be working with collections. We'll make queries to fetch and insert data. We do that through documents, And we'll also be integrating Mongo with Node.js using an ORM called Mongoose. For CouchDB, which is another NoSQL database, we'll check out Foxton, which is a web interface to manage our database. I'll show you how to create views and design documents, and we'll talk a little bit about replication. I'll also show you how to integrate Couch with Node.js. Then we'll move on to some other essential technologies. Memcached, which is a caching system. I'll show you how to work with that with Telnet inside Linux. We'll also work with libmemcache tools, which is a set of tools that allows us to manage our key value pairs in our caching system. Redis is similar to memcached, except it allows us to have data persistence. So it's basically a database / caching system. We'll look at the different data types it can hold and much more. Markdown is a markup language, very simple to use. It's used to create documents, README files, and so on. So we'll look at how to create headings, lists, text formatting such as bold and italics, and stuff like that. Sass is a CSS preprocessor, and it allows us to use variables in our CSS, mixins, which are like functions. We can extend classes, and we can use partials. Okay, and we'll be building a Sass template as well. So then we'll move on to version control and debugging. So Git is a very popular version control system. I'll show you how we can create local repositories as well as push to remote repositories like GitHub. We'll also be working with Grunt and Gulp, which are task runners. We'll do things like concatenate JavaScript files, minify JavaScript. There's a web server plugin for Gulp that I'll show you how to use, and also a linting tool called JS Hint. Then we'll dive into Chrome Developer Tools. I'll show you all the different tabs, how to use debugging, how to use the console, inspect your code, things like that. And then we'll move on to PHP, where we'll talk about the different types of errors, different functions to help us debug, and also some of the configuration options. All right, so those are the 5 different areas that we'll be looking at. Now, this is a list of just some of the projects that are included. It's not all of them. And there's projects of all sizes. There's big applications, there's mini projects, and then there's just simple code samples. All right, so we have a simple HTML template. I'm just going to go through these really quick. Bootstrap theme, a jQuery slider, an Ajax GitHub profile finder application, a PHP job board, a CSS3 drop-down menu, a Ruby on Rails blog, a PHP with PostgreSQL blog. We'll build a RESTful JSON API, and we'll create a CD collection database. We'll also build an HTML5 audio player, an Angular 2 website, a PHP bookmarker using sessions, a Sass template, a to-do list using Node.js and Redis, a page caching system with Memcached, a passport authentication system with Node.js and Passport, a PHP and MySQL messaging app, and an HTML5 note-taking app using local storage. All right, so these are just some of the projects that we'll be building throughout this huge course. This lecture will be a simple introduction to HTML. We'll talk about what it is and take a look at some very simple syntax, which will include tags and attributes. So what is HTML? It's a markup language for creating web documents or web pages. And it stands for Hypertext Markup Language, and it uses a set of markup tags. Okay, so an HTML tag is the basic building block of HTML. Now, it's important to stress that HTML is not a programming language. You may hear some people refer to it as one, but it's not. It's a markup language. There's no logic in HTML. It's only used to display content. So if we think of a programming language like Java, C++, or even PHP, these languages are much more in depth, and they have conditionals, they have loops, variables. HTML doesn't have those things. All right, now when we start getting into HTML5, there are certain dynamic parts of the standard, but it works with JavaScript, which handles those dynamic parts. And JavaScript is a programming language. To be more specific, it's a scripting language. All right, so we'll get into all that later. but HTML itself is a markup language. So as I said, HTML tags are the building block of HTML. They define HTML elements, which is an individual component of an HTML document or a web page. So something like a form is an HTML element, or even a paragraph or a list. Keywords, HTML tags are keywords surrounded by angle brackets, and I'm sure you've all seen them. Alright, so here's a really simple example of a paragraph. It's surrounded in paragraph tags, which is just a P tag, and you can see the beginning tag has a less than, and then P, and then greater than, and then the ending tag is the same except it has this slash before the P. So here's an example of an HTML page structure. We have the doc type at the top. The doc type basically declares what version of HTML or XHTML we're using, and I'll get into that in a little bit. And then you can see we have our HTML tags, which wrap the entire document, and then we have two areas. We have a head area and a body area. So the head is where we can provide information about the document. So you can see in this case we have a title here that says my web page, but this is also where we can include links to CSS files or JavaScript files. This is where we can put metadata, keywords, descriptions, things like that. And this stuff won't show up in the actual web page. The title will show up in the tab. Okay, when we open a browser, we usually have a tab, and that'll show there, but anything else isn't going to show up unless you view the source code. Alright, and then we have the body, which is of course where we put the visible page content. In this case we just have a paragraph. Alright, so this is a very simple web page, but it is in fact a full web page. So here's some common doc type declarations. Now the first one is what we'll be working with mostly. This is an HTML5 doc type. You can see we just have the word doc type and then HTML. If we wanted to use HTML4, we could use this doc type, which you can see is a little longer. That's because we need to specify the DTD, or document type definition. In this case, this is transitional, so we have to follow a certain set of rules. There's also strict, which we can make our rules a little more strict. And this has to do with things like self-closing tags or certain attributes we can and can't use. And then we also have XHTML, which stands for Extensible Hypertext Markup Language, and this is part of the XML markup family. Alright, so XHTML is much more strict than HTML5. Alright, and you can also specify transitional or strict. So closing tags, not all tags have closing tags. So if we look at paragraph, that does. It has an open tag and a closing tag. Now some tags can close themselves, such as a line break. So in this example you can see we just have one BR. We don't have the closing tag with the slash. Now you can use self-closing tags such as this line break. You can see we have a slash here. This is needed for XHTML. So if you're writing XHTML and you use the XHTML doc type, then you want to make sure that you have your slashes and your self-closing tags. Alright, so here's some common tags. Very basic. We have paragraph, headings, which we have H1 through H6, H1 being the biggest, H6 being the smallest heading. Links, we'll use an A tag. Images, use IMG. We have unordered and ordered lists, and then list items, which are LI tags. We have table, form, input, button, line break, horizontal rule, which will put a line across the page or across the element. Division or div tags, which are used to separate your markup, and you can add classes and IDs, which we'll get into later. And then of course our structure tags like HTML, head, body, and then the strong tag is used to increase the font weight of the text. So attributes, tags can also have attributes which include extra bits of information about that tag or element. Attributes appear in the tag inside of quotation marks. So this is the syntax here. You can see we have a tag, and then we're going to have the name of the attribute, and then set that to whatever we want the value to be. So in this example here, we're using an A tag, which represents a link, and we have an attribute called href or href, and we're setting that to google.com. So that's how we can get the browser to know that this is a link going to google.com. Now, attributes can use double quotes or single quotes, but usually you're going to use double quotes. That's what you'll see from the most part, but single quotes will also work. All right, and then here we just have an H1, and we're using the attribute ID, which is used to identify certain elements for CSS or for maybe for JavaScript or jQuery, whatever it may be. All right, and we're just setting that to my heading. All right, and we'll be looking at attributes throughout this section. Now we also have block level elements and inline elements. Okay, now block level, they always start on a new line, and they take up the full available width. So here's some examples of block level elements. Excuse me. We have div, H1 through H6, paragraph tags, form tags. These are block level, meaning that if we put something inside, let's say an H1 tag, it's going to go across the whole page. All right, and whatever we put after that is going to go on the next line. And then we have inline level elements, which do not start on a new line, and they take only the width necessary for the element. So span, A tags, images, these will all stay on the same line. All right, so we can put two spans next to each other, and in the browser they'll display right next to each other on the same line. If they were divs or another block level element, they'd be on separate lines. So creating a web page, just a simple HTML web page, is very, very simple. We need to use a text editor or an IDE to create our HTML document. So you could use Notepad for Windows or TextMate for Mac, or something more advanced. There's NetBeans, there's Adobe Dreamweaver. There's all kinds of IDEs and complicated software you can use, but of course you can just use Notepad, which is you can't get much more simple than that. Okay, all you have to do is add in your elements and tags and attributes, all your HTML code, and then save the file with a .html extension. And then you can simply open it up in a browser such as IE or Google Chrome or Firefox, and there's no server needed. HTML is completely viewable right on a client. You don't need to have some kind of web server. Just simply open the file with a browser. Alright, so those are the very, very basics of HTML. In the next video, we're going to jump into our editor, and I'm going to give you some examples. We'll take a look at some of the syntax, and we'll go from there. Alright guys, so in this video, we're going to get set up, and I'm just going to show you some very basic syntax of HTML. And I'm sure many of you have already done this and already know this, but like I said, this is a front-to-back course, and we're going to cover everything. Alright, so first thing you need to do is you need to have some kind of text editor. Alright, now you can use Notepad for Windows or whatever your default text editor is. You can use that, but I would suggest getting something a little more advanced, and I think Sublime Text is one of the really good choices. It's free, but it's also really simple, and also does have some more advanced things if you want. It does have code highlighting and code hints, things like that. So if you want to use Sublime Text, just go to sublimetext.com, and we're going to go ahead and click download for Windows and save it, and then we'll go ahead and open that up when it's done and run it. Alright, and we're just going to go through the installer here. We're going to install in the default directory, next, install, and finish. Alright, let's go ahead and open it up. Alright, and I'm just going to snap it to this side of my window. And now we're all set to start writing HTML. So what I'm going to do is create a new file. I'm just going to create it right on my desktop. I'm going to say new text document, and we want to save this as index.html. Now we can open this with our browser. I'm using Chrome as my default, so that's why I have a Chrome icon. You may have something different. Okay, if we open it up, we're just going to see a blank white page. All right, and then what we want to do is we also want to open it up with your text editor. In my case, it's going to be Sublime Text, which, let's see, I don't have right here. So I'm going to say choose another app, and more apps, and then Sublime Text. All right, so now we have this page opened in our editor and in the browser. So if we were to just say hello and save with Control S, reload, you can see we get hello. Now let's say we want this to be a heading. We could wrap it in H1 tags and save it. And now when I reload, you can see that it actually renders as a heading. It doesn't actually print out the H1 tags. If we want to look at the source code in the browser, we can do a Control U, and you can see there it will show us the tags. Okay, so we're viewing the source code. All right, now if you're building a web page, you want to have your basic structure, which is your HTML tags, your head and body tags, and your doc type. All right, now with Sublime Text, there's actually a plugin we can use. If we type HTML and then click Tab, it'll actually create that stuff for us. All right, and I'm just going to indent right here. All right, and if you're not using Sublime Text and you don't have that ability, just go ahead and type this out. All right, so in our title, we'll say my first web page, and if we were to save that and reload over here, you'll see that the body is blank because we don't have anything in the body. But if you look at the tab, it says my first web page. So whatever you put as the title is going to show up in your tab. And if we were to look at the source code, you can see exactly what we have here. All right, so in the body, we'll go ahead and put some headings in. So we'll start with H1, and we'll say welcome. This is an H1. Okay, so if we save that, you can see that's an example of an H1. Now I'm going to copy this, and then we're going to just do H1 through H6 so you can see what that gives us. And this file can be used as a reference later on if you need it. All right, so if we save that and reload, you can see this is what the default looks like, H1 through H6. You'll see H6 is very, very small. It's actually smaller than if we were to do paragraph text. All right, so let's put a line break here and put in a paragraph. We'll say this is a paragraph, and reload. And I'm actually going to put headings above each of these. So that's headings. This right here will be paragraphs. All right. And then let's put another paragraph. Okay, save that. Now you can see when we use paragraphs, it automatically has spacing in between. Okay, that's because by default paragraphs have a padding of 10 pixels. All right, and if you want to change that, you can do that within CSS, which we'll look at later. Now we also have strong tags. So if we want to, let's say we want the word paragraph to be bold, we can put strong and then the ending strong tag. And if we go and save that and reload, you can see that the word paragraph is now strong. We also have the I tag for italic. So if we go ahead and wrap the word text in an I tag, you can see that now that is italic. All right, so next thing, links. We're going to put a line break here. Okay, and then we'll put in H1, we'll say links, and that's going to be an A tag. Now remember, links have to have this href attribute, and that's going to basically just let the browser know where this should go. So we'll just put in google.com, and then inside the A tags we'll say link to Google. Okay, so if we save that and reload, now you can see we have a hyperlink. If I click it, it's going to take us to google.com. Now, if we don't want it to change the page and we want it to open up into another tab, we can do that easily by putting in a target attribute and setting it to underscore blank. All right, and if we save that and reload, if we click it, you can see that another tab opens and brings us to that link. Now, A tags also have a title attribute if you want. Of course, it's optional. And we'll put in here Google website, and we'll save it. And now notice if I go and I hover over it, actually, yeah, right there, you can see that it pops up Google website. So whatever you put for the title will show up in that little pop-up. All right, next thing we'll do is images. So let's say H1 images, and images we'll use an img tag, and these need to have a source attribute, or src. All right, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put in http lorempixel.com/400/200. Now, Lorem Pixel is just a website or a service that gives you images of certain dimensions. So in this case, it's going to give us a random image that's 400 pixels wide and 200 pixels tall. All right, so this is just used in development to bring in some sample pictures. All right, now notice image tags do not have a closing tag. If you were using XHTML, you'd want to put a slash right here. But since we're in HTML5, we don't need that. So let's go ahead and save that and reload. And it might take a second. And you can see that it outputs the image. If I reload again, it's going to be different because it's just random. Alright, but that's how you can put an image in your web page. Alright, so that's going to be it for this lecture. In the next video, we're going to take a look at lists and tables. In this video, we're going to take a look at lists and tables. Now, in HTML, there's a few different kinds of lists. So the first one we're going to look at is an unordered list. So let's put an H1 in here. And just put a heading just so we know what we're looking at. And then for an unordered list, we're going to use a UL. And inside the UL, we'll have LI tags. So this will say item 1. Let's indent that and then copy this. Okay, so if we go ahead and save that and reload, you can see we have an unordered list. Now by default, these are going to have bullet points, and you can use CSS to get rid of these. We'll get into that a little later, but that's pretty much what we need to do for an unordered list. Just use a UL tag and then LI tags inside. Now for an ordered list, I'm going to go ahead and copy this. For an ordered list, it's the same thing, except instead of UL, we're going to use OL. Okay, so if we go ahead and save that and reload, you can see the ordered list actually has an order. It has numbers. Alright, we don't have to actually include the numbers. It does that on its own. Alright, and then the next type of list is a description list. So let's go ahead and copy that. And description list. And this is going to use a DL tag here. And instead of LIs, we're actually going to just get rid of these. We're going to have a DT. Whoops, I don't want that. We're going to have a DT tag. And let's say coffee, and then under the DT we'll have a DD tag, and we'll say black hot drink. Okay, so we're describing it. And let's copy this. And for this we'll say milk. And this will be a white cold drink. Alright, let's save that. And if we reload, you can see our description list. We have an object or a word here, coffee, description, black hot drink, milk is a white cold drink. So that's an example of a description list. So now let's move on to tables. Alright, so let's go down here, put in H1, we'll say tables. Okay, and then we're going to add in a table tag. And in here, in our table, we're going to have a head and a body. Alright, which is represented with the T head tag and the T body tag. So let's go ahead and add those. Okay, now in the head, we're going to put in a table row, a TR. And then these are going to be headings because this is the head area. So for a heading, we want to use TH. So let's say name. Email. And phone. Okay, so we have our headings. And then in the body, we're also going to have a TR. Except in here, we're not going to have headings. We're going to have columns, which are represented with a TD tag. Okay, so we'll say John Doe. Email, we'll say jdoe@gmail. And phone number. Okay, so that's one, and then we want to add a couple more people here, or a couple more rows. So I'm going to copy that TR, and let's paste that in twice, and then we'll just change the name here. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that and reload, and there we go. There's a table. It doesn't look too good because it's not formatted with any kind of CSS or anything. It's just a standard HTML table. Now there are some things we can do without having to use CSS. So let's say we want to align these headings to the left. We could actually go into our TR right here in the T head and say align equals left. Save that, and now you can see it's pushed over to the left. And if we wanted to give it a background color, we could use BG color red. Reload. Okay, you can see it gives it some color. If we want to make these wider, these columns, we could do that. So if we go into our TD right here, I'm sorry, our TH, and say width, we'll say width equals 400. Save that, and you can see that widened it out. We can do that for these as well. We'll say 300 for these two. Reload, and there we go. So there we have a table. Now, years ago, people used to use tables for building websites. For instance, they'd have a sidebar in one column, the main area in the middle, and then another sidebar over here. And that's really bad practice. You don't want to do that anymore. You only want to use tables for actual tabular data that should be displayed in tables, not parts of your website. All right, so if you have an application with transactions or something like that, that's a good case for a table. All right, so pretty simple stuff. In the next video, we're going to get into forms and input. So I will see you then. In this video, we're going to go over HTML forms and input. All right, so forms can have multiple types of input, so we're going to take a look at each one. So first thing we're going to do is in the body, let's put in some form tags. And in here, we're going to have a label. Now, your inputs don't have to have labels, but it is a good idea. So this will be, let's say, name. And I'm going to put a BR here for a line break. And then an input. Now the input takes in a type attribute, and this is going to be a text input. Alright, and then typically you're also going to want a name attribute so that when you submit the form on the server side, you can grab the data that's submitted. Okay, now we're not going to get into that in this section because this is strictly HTML. You would use something like PHP or even JavaScript to process a form. Alright, so for the name, it's also going to be name. Alright, and then we're going to put in 2 more line breaks. And then we'll put our next field. So we'll go ahead and copy that. Okay, next one will be email. Now with HTML5, we have an email type we can use. Change that to email. Alright, and let's put a heading up here too. Okay, so this will, we'll say registration form. Alright, so if we save that and take a look, you can see we have our text input for name, and then we have our email input, which doesn't look any different, but if you want to validate it using HTML5, you can do that. Alright, so let's go ahead and copy that. And we'll put in another field. This one will be password. And then the type, we can actually change that to password as well. And then the name. Alright, now the difference with password is that, you know, when you type in text or email, you can see what you're typing, but password, you can't. It's blocked. Okay, next field we have is a select list. So let's paste this in and let's change this to location. And I'm going to get rid of the input. And we're going to use a select tag. And we'll give that a name of location. Okay, now inside select you want to have options. And those will have a value attribute. So let's say MA for mass. And then the text we want to display is also MA. Alright, and if we go ahead and copy that, and we'll just put in a couple other things. We'll say New York, and let's do California. Okay, so if I go ahead and save that and reload, you can see we have a select with a drop down with those 3 locations. Now let's say when we come to the page we want New York to be selected. What we can do is go into here, into the option, and just say selected. Save that, reload, and now you can see New York is automatically selected. So the next input that I'm going to show you are radio buttons. So let's go ahead and copy one of these. Okay, so for this, let's say gender, and we're going to say input type is going to equal radio. And then we need a name, which will be gender, and then we need a value. We'll say male, and then we just want the display text to say male as well. Alright, and then I'm just going to copy that, and we're going to have another one. You want to have the same name. That's how these 2 inputs will be linked by their name. Okay, we just want to change the value to female, just like that. If we go ahead and save and reload, now we have gender, male and female, and you can see that we can't choose both at the same time. Now again, if we want one of these to be selected, let's say we want female to be selected, we can go in here and say checked. Save it, reload, and now you can see females checked. Alright, so next we have checkboxes, which is kind of similar to radio. So I'm going to just copy this. Let me space these out a little bit. Okay, so for this will be interests. It's going to be an input with the type of checkbox. Name will be interests. And then the value, let's say movies. Alright, I'm going to get rid of this radio and then just copy the checkbox. Okay, so this one here, let's change the value to music. And then this one will change to sports. And this one will change to art. Okay, so if we go ahead and save that and reload, you can see we have our checkbox. Now, checkboxes, you can actually select more than one. Alright, so that's the main difference from a radio button. Alright, and again, if you want something checked, you can do the same thing. Just go in here and say checked. And we can do that with multiple checkboxes. So if we save that, reload, you can see that now these two are checked. Alright, and then finally we're going to have a submit button, which is also an input. So input type is going to equal submit. And then you want to include a value, which will be the text on the button. And we'll just say submit. Save that, reload, and there's our submit button. Alright, so pretty simple form. Now, like I said, usually you'd process this with something like PHP or whatever it may be, but usually you would go to your form tag and you'd select an action, which is the type of HTTP request you want to send. In a form like this, it's almost always going to be post, okay, because we're submitting data to a server. If it was something like a search form where we're requesting data, that might be a GET request. All right, and then for the action, that would be something like, let's say index.php, something like that. All right, but we're not going to get into that. Now with HTML5, there's actually a really easy validation mechanism that we can use. So right now, if we were to click submit, it's going to go to index.php, which isn't there, so it's going to give us an error. But let's say we want the name field to be required. We could actually just put in required, save it, reload, and then try to submit it, and you can see it says please fill out this field. Okay, so really easy validation, front-end validation. Now you'd probably want to have some validation on the server as well, maybe use some JavaScript, but that's something really simple to implement here. Alright, we also have the ability to add field sets which can break up the form into certain categories. Alright, so let's say we want to go right here and we'll say field set. The closing field set we're going to put after password. Okay, so just like that. And then in our field set we're going to have a legend. And in here, let's say account. Okay, so if I save that and reload, you can see that it's split up. It has this border around it with the legend. Alright, so we can go down here and let's put in another field set. And this will end right before the submit. And we'll put a legend. And we'll say user info. Save that, reload. Now we have this user info area. Alright, we can put a line break here. Alright, so just a way to break up your form if needed. Okay, so that's going to be it for forms and input. In the next video, we're going to take a look at some really simple CSS styling just to make things look a little better. Alright, so as I've said before, we're going to have a section dedicated to CSS, CSS3, but I do want to get into just a little bit of basic styling just so you know how to do things like add a background color or a border or align something, float it, just very simple things like that. So let's go ahead and go into our body here, and I'm going to create a div with an ID of container. Alright, now divs are usually used for to add an ID or a class to something. Now the main difference between an ID and a class is usually an ID is something that you'll only use once. Okay, so a container usually will wrap everything in our site or our application inside of a container, so there's only one instance of it. Now if it's something like, let's say we have a class called red text where we might want to use multiple times in our website or application, that's something you would want to use a class for. Okay, so that's the main difference, at least in my experience, with using IDs and classes. So in this container, let's go ahead and put in an H1. We'll just say welcome, and then we'll put a paragraph, and I'm just going to grab some sample text real quick. Okay, so this site, lorem ipsum or lipsum.com, this we can just generate some dummy text, which can be really helpful. So copy that, paste it in, and then end the paragraph. Okay, so if we were to look at this, you can see we just have a heading and a paragraph. So what I want to do is just add some basic styling. So we're going to go in the head, make sure you're in the head, and then we're going to open up some style tags. Alright, and when you're using CSS, there's two ways to do it. You can do it inline like we're doing here, just putting it right in the head, or you can link to another file, an external CSS file, which we'll get into in a little bit. So I'm just doing this for simplicity. So let's say we want to style the body. Okay, remember we have a body tag. So we can say body, open up some curly braces, and we'll say background, and we can make it red. Okay, save that, reload, and we have a very gross looking red background. Alright, so you can use just color names like this. You can also use hexadecimal values. Alright, so for instance, black in hexadecimal is going to be the number sign and then 3 zeros. Okay, if we reload that, you can see it turned black. The text is also black, so it's not showing up. Now white would be 6 Fs. Okay, that makes it white. But what I'm going to do is make it just a light gray, which is going to be F4 3 times. Okay, so that made it a little gray. Alright, so let's also change the font. So we can say font family, and let's change it to Arial. And we also want to change the line height, which is the spacing between lines. Okay, so we can say line height, let's do 1.5 EM or M. Alright, so you can see it changed the font and the line height. Now let's say this container we want to add a border to. Now since it's an ID, we want to use the number sign and then container. Alright, now if it was a class, this would be a dot. Okay, so dot represents class, number sign represents ID. Alright, so let's say border, and this is going to have 3 values. It's going to have a width, so we'll say 1 pixel. It's going to have a color. I'm going to say 6 C's, which is a gray, and then also the style, which I'm going to make solid. Okay, we'll save that, reload, and you can see now we have a border around that content. Now you can see that the text here is meshed right up against the border here, okay, with both the heading and the paragraph, and I don't want that. So to fix that, we can add some padding. Alright, now the reason it's not up against the top and bottom is because by default, headings and paragraphs have padding on the top and bottom. Okay, so that's why it's not like that by default. So if I were to say padding 0 and save, reload, that's not going to make any difference because the padding is on the heading and the paragraph. Alright, so if I was to target the paragraph, we could say container P and then set padding to 0. I'm sorry, it's margin, not padding. Save that, reload. Now you can see that the paragraph doesn't have that spacing anymore. Okay, but I'm going to get rid of that. I just wanted to show you we could do that. But what I want to do is just add padding to the left and the right of this container. If I wanted to do just the left and the right, we could do either this. We could do padding left, 10 pixels, and then padding right, 10 pixels. Okay, if I go ahead and save that, now you can see we're not up against the sides anymore. If I don't want to use two different styles like this, we could say padding, and then we'll have 4 values. First will be top. So if we say 0 for the top, next will be right, so 10 pixels. Next will be bottom, so 0. Next would be left, which would be 10 pixels. And then we can get rid of that. And that should give us the same exact thing. Now margin, on the other hand, is going to be the outside spacing, so outside of the element. So let's say we want some spacing up at the top here. We could say margin top, let's say 30 pixels, and save. If we reload, you can see that it's now moved down. Alright, we can also set the width. We'll say width 800 pixels, reload, and you can see now it's only 800 pixels. Now a lot of the times you're going to want to center your container. So to do that, we can actually set margin to auto. Okay, so if I save that and reload, you can see that it now moves in the middle. Now the margin top is gone because here we're saying we want everything auto. But what I would want to do to keep that margin is set, we could say set 30 pixels auto. So what this means is 30 pixels on the top and bottom, and then auto on the left and right. So we can then get rid of that, reload, and now you can see we have our margin on the top and the bottom, and then auto on the left and right. Alright, so let's say we want to have a class. So we'll just take this text, and I'm going to put this in a span, since span is inline, meaning that it's not going to put it on the next line. And then we'll add a class, and we'll say, let's do EMP for emphasis. Okay, and then we'll just go like that. And then up here we want to say .emp for our class. I'm going to change the color to red, and let's change the font weight to bold. Save it, reload, and now you can see we get that red bold text. And we can then use that class anywhere. So if we want to put it here, save that, and now you can see we have it there as well. Another thing we can do is float elements. So let's say in our container, let's put another div around this, and we'll just call this div side A, and we'll end it here. Okay, and then let's grab this, copy it, and then this one will be side B. And we'll just change welcome to hello, and then just get rid of some of this text. Alright, so if we save that and reload, we just have this is side A, this is side B, but let's say we want them to be side by side. So what we can do is go up here and say dot side A, and we'll do float. We want it to float to the left, and then let's set the width to let's say 50%. Okay, if we save that and reload, you can see it's now floated to the left. Now, this border isn't going around this whole thing, and that's because it's floated. So what we can do is to the container where we have the border, we're going to set overflow to hidden. Okay, save that, reload. Now you can see it goes around both elements. Alright, so I don't want to get too far into CSS because we do have a section dedicated to it, but this is just some very basic styling. In the next video, we're going to have a little project, and we're going to build a simple HTML template using the things that we've learned so far in this section. Hey guys, in this video we're going to build a simple HTML template with a couple different pages. Alright, now we are going to use some CSS as we did in the last video, but I'm going to try to not get into any kind of advanced styling because we will have a section dedicated to CSS. So I have this index HTML file here, and since we're using multiple pages, what I'm going to do is create a folder and just call it simple_HTML. And I'm going to bring that index file into that folder. Alright, and then let's see, we'll open that up. Alright, so let's open that up. Alright, and inside that simple HTML folder, we're going to create some other files. So we want to have a CSS file. We're going to use a separate file called style.css. And we'll also have a file called about.html. We'll have a file called services.html. And we'll have a file called contact.html. Alright, so let's start on the index page. I want to wrap everything in a container div, so this will be an ID of container. Okay, and then in here we're going to have a header. Now, if you're wondering why I'm not using header and footer tags and stuff like that, it's because the next section is going to be on HTML5, and that's where I'll go over the new HTML5 base tags. Alright, let's put an H1 in here, and we'll just say simple HTML template. Okay, and then under the header, we're going to have a nav bar. So this is going to be a div with the ID of nav. Okay, and in the nav we're going to have a UL and some LIs and some links. So this will be the home link. So this will go to index.html, which is this page. Okay, let's copy that. We'll also have one for about, and that'll go to about HTML, services, and contact. Alright, so there's our nav bar. If we save it and take a look, it's not going to be anything special. Oops, we need to go into that folder. And let's see, index. We're going to open that with Chrome. And that's what it should look like so far. Alright, so let's go back into Sublime. And under the nav bar, we're going to have the main div. So this ends here, so we're going to say div, and let's give this an ID of main. And in here we'll just put an H1 that says welcome. and then a paragraph. I'm actually going to just paste in 2 paragraphs here of just dummy text. Alright, and then we'll just tab this over. Okay, so that's the main area, and then underneath the main div, we're going to have a sidebar div. Alright, and we'll just put an H3 here. We'll say sidebar, and then just a short paragraph. I'm just going to grab this and paste that in. Alright, and then after the sidebar, we're going to have a footer div. So this will be div ID footer. Alright, and then in here, we're just going to put a paragraph with a copyright. So this ampersand copy semicolon, this will give us a copyright symbol. Alright, so let's save that. So that's the HTML for the home page. So now we want to start to style it. What we'll do is go up to the head tag inside here, and we're going to put in a link tag, give it a rel attribute, and that'll be style sheet. We're just telling it what type of link this will be, what type of file, and then we need an href, which will point to that file, which is just going to be style.css. Alright, so then we'll go and open up that, and just to make sure it's working, we'll put a body, and let's give it a dark background. So we'll give it the hexadecimal value, number sign 666, which should give it a dark gray. Alright, good. I'm also going to make the color of the text white by default. Okay, now you can use the shorthand with 3 characters. White could be 6 Fs or 3. Okay, same thing up here. We could have 6 sixes or 3 of them. Alright, so we're going to use the shorthand, and then let's just make our font family Arial. Okay, save that. Now notice the links are blue, and I don't want that. I want those to be white as well. So let's say all the A tags will have color white, and then see how they're also underlined? I don't want that, so we're going to say text decoration will be none. Alright, and then let's see, ULs by default have padding. I want to take that padding away, so say padding 0. Alright, and then for the container, that's an ID, so we want the number sign. Container, we're gonna give that a different background color. Okay, that's gonna be a little darker, so 333. And then let's set the width to be 960 pixels. For the margin, we want 30 on top and then auto on the left and right. We're gonna say overflow hidden, and we'll give it 10 pixels padding. Let's save that. Alright. Next thing we'll do is the nav bar. We want this to be a horizontal menu. So remember, it has an ID of nav. We're actually going to set a height of 40 pixels. And let's set background to 666. And then for the UL itself, we can say nav UL. I want that to have padding top 13 pixels, and then padding left 10 pixels. Alright, then we have the list items, so say nav li. We're going to set list style to none, and let's say we want them to float left, okay, because we want a horizontal menu, and then just add padding right 20 pixels. Okay, save that, and that gives us a horizontal menu. Now when we're on a certain page, I want the link to be bold and also make it a black color. So what we can do is in our index page, let's go to where the home link is and just add a class of active. Alright, and then we'll go over here and we'll say nav.active. Say font weight is going to be bold, and then color is going to be black. Alright. Next we'll do the main area and the sidebar. So let's say main, and we want to float that to the left, and then width is going to be 60%. And then for the sidebar, we're going to float that to the right, set the width for 30%, background will be 666, and then let's set a margin top of 20 pixels, and then padding 10 pixels. Okay, let's save that and reload. Now you notice we have our sidebar and it's floating, but the footer is up here, which isn't what we want. The reason for that is because after we float elements, we need to then clear it, or this happens. So what we can do is go right under, we have the main, then the sidebar, and right under that we'll put in a div, and I'm going to give it a class of CLR for clear, and save it. And then let's go back here and say .clr, and we just want to say clear both. We want to clear both sides. So now if we reload, you can see the footer is now down at the bottom. Alright, so now let's style the footer. We want to align it to the center, and say padding 10 pixels, background 666, margin top 30 pixels. Alright, so I think that's going to do it for the index page. Alright, so now what we're going to do is copy everything in the index, and let's open up the about page and paste it in. We're going to just change the title here to about, and we're going to move the class active off of the index and onto the about. Alright, and then down here let's change the heading to about, and for the text I'm just going to delete the second paragraph. Okay, the rest can pretty much stay the same, so we'll save that. And now notice when we go to about, you can see that the link is now active here. Alright, let's actually add a line height to the body because I think the words are too close together. So we'll say line height 1.5 m. Alright, or maybe 1.3. 1.4. There we go. Alright, so we have our index, about. Now for the services page, we're going to copy what we have on the about and open up services. Okay, we'll go ahead and change the title and the active link. Okay, this heading will say services, and then I'm going to get rid of this paragraph. And we're actually going to put a UL in here. Alright, and then let's give that UL an ID of services. Actually, we'll make that a class. And let's see, we'll have an LI. Inside there we'll have an H3. This will be service 1. And then let me just grab a paragraph. and then under that we'll have an A tag, and that's just going to go nowhere for now, and that will be read more. So this would go to some kind of service page, but we're not going to create that. Alright, let's just indent that, and then we're going to copy this LI, and let's paste in a couple more, and then I'm just going to change this to service 2 and service 3 and service 4. Alright, so save that. Alright, so this is what it looks like. I'm going to go ahead and just add a little bit of styling to this. So let's go with the link right here. I want to kind of look like a button. So let's do dot services A, and we'll set the background, and let's set padding to 10 pixels. Okay, so that kind of makes it look like a button. Now for the list items, let's say dot services LI. I want to add a border to the bottom, which will be 2 pixels, and for the color we'll do that, and then for the style let's say dashed. Alright, and then we're just going to add 20 pixels padding to the bottom. Alright, so that looks a little better. So that's services. Now for the final page, which is the contact page, let's open that up, and let's copy what we have in, let's say, the about page, paste that in. This will be contact, and let's see, we're going to take the active class attribute here and put that on contact, and then we'll change this, and we're going to get rid of the paragraph and just put in a simple form. It's not going to go anywhere, it's just for just the display. Alright, so let's put each field in a div. Okay, so in here we'll put a label, and input with the type of text, and we'll give it a name of name. Alright, and then let's just copy this div, and we're going to have 2 more. This next one will just be an email, and you could leave that at text, or you could use the email type. And then this one here will be message, and this one is going to be a text area. Okay, text area should have an ending tag. Alright, and then under that we'll put a submit. Let's actually make it a button. Just make sure you give it a type of submit, and we'll just say send. Alright, so let's go ahead and go to contact, and now we have this form. I do want to style it a little bit. We're going to put some BR tags after the labels, and then let's save it and go into the style sheet, and I just want to say input. I want all the inputs, and then also the text area, and we're going to set the width of those to 100% so they go across the whole element, and then padding of 5 pixels. Alright, and then just a margin on the bottom of 15 pixels. Okay, reload, and there we go, there's our form. So we now have a very simple HTML template. Alright, so in this section we're going to be looking at HTML5. Now if you haven't watched the HTML section yet, I would suggest doing that first as we look at the basics of HTML in general. This section will be strictly looking at the new features and syntax of HTML5. So HTML5 is the most recent standard or version of HTML. It offers new features that provide rich media support and support for creating web applications that interact with the user. So it's essentially more dynamic than past versions of HTML. Alright, now as far as browser support goes, here are some current statistics that I found online. This tells us what percentage of the available HTML5 features are compatible with the specified browsers. Now it's important to mention that just about all of the really popular and important features of HTML can be used with all of these browsers, at least the stuff that we'll be doing. As far as my preference, I use Google Chrome 99% of the time. You can see that Microsoft Edge has 100% compatibility, but I have little to no experience using Microsoft Edge. In my experience, most developers tend to use Chrome or Firefox, which would be my second choice. So we have quite a bit of new stuff going on in HTML5. It introduces a whole new set of elements, tags, and attributes that reflect typical usage on modern websites and applications, and we'll be taking a look at those in depth in the next video. So some of these are replacements for common use of generic elements such as div and span. A good example would be the header tag. In HTML4, we would typically wrap a header using a div with an ID. Now we have a header tag, which is much more semantic and just more, it looks better, it looks cleaner. Syntax is also no longer based on SGML, which is Standard Generalized Markup Language. This is what HTML4 was based on. Now, even though this is true, HTML5 has complete backward compatibility with earlier versions of HTML. Alright, so in addition to new elements and objects, HTML5 has a bunch of new APIs to work with JavaScript. Now, some of these might be a little confusing if you don't know any JavaScript. I'm not going to get too much into that side of it, but I would suggest looking at the JavaScript part of this course to get a better understanding of the language. So these APIs include Canvas, which is a new HTML element that's used to draw graphics on the fly using JavaScript, and SVG, which stands for Scalable Vector Graphics. This is a way to define graphics for the web, and it also has its own SVG element or SVG tag. We also have the ability to drag and drop elements, web storage, which includes both local storage and session storage, which is cleared when the browser is closed. We have geolocation, which can ask for and track a user's location, and this can be really helpful in mobile or hybrid apps. We also have IndexedDB, which is a low-level API for client-side storage of structured data. We also have Web Audio, which provides a powerful and versatile system for controlling audio. Editable content allows us to take virtually any element and make it editable. And then we have App Cache or Application Cache, which makes it easy to make an offline version of a web application or a website. Alright, so we're going to get into all of these in this section. Hey guys, in this video we're going to be going over some of the new popular HTML5 tags that were created to really make your document more semantic and make things actually mean what they're holding. So for instance, a header. In HTML4 you would commonly use a div tag and you'd give it an ID or a class of header, and that's how you would identify it. Well, now we have an actual header tag that we can use, which of course we can still add an ID or a class to, but the tag itself is much more descriptive and semantic. Alright, so we're going to create kind of a web page that is similar to what we did in the last video of the HTML section, where we just had a simple nav bar and a couple different sections. Alright, so first thing we're going to do is we're going to add a container, and for that I actually am going to put in a div. Alright, so we're going to create a div with an ID of container. And of course you could use another tag, you could use section or something like that. But I prefer to keep the containers in divs. Alright, and then in here we'll have a header, and this time we're going to actually use a header tag. Alright, and then in the header we'll just have an H1, and we'll just say my web page. Alright, now under the header we're going to have a navigation, and with HTML5 we now have a nav tag that we can use. Alright, and then in the nav tag we'll put a UL, and then we'll put our LI and our link, which I'm going to just set to nothing. Okay, we'll go ahead and indent that. And just add some fake links in here. Alright, and now we have our main area, and we actually have a tag called main that we can use here. Alright, and inside the main area we're going to have, let's say this was a blog type or a news website. We could have different articles, so we can actually use a tag called article. And then in here we would have, let's say, an H3, which would be some article. And then I'm just going to paste in a long paragraph here. Okay. Go like that. And then we might have another article. And then right under the main tag we'll put a sidebar. Now in HTML5 we have a tag called aside or aside, and that's basically just that. It's sidebar content, so something that's not the main focus of the page. So we'll just put an H3 in here, and then I'll just copy some of this text and we'll put that in a paragraph. Alright, and then after that we'll put the footer tag. And we'll just put copyright ampersand copy semicolon will give us a copyright symbol, and we'll save that, and there we go, there's our page. Alright, so I do want to just add a little bit of CSS to make it look a little better. Which will resemble what we did in the HTML section. So let's say style. So I'm just going to paste in some core styles here. We'll give the body a dark background, Arial font, links will make white, text will make white, UL will take away the padding. Okay, so if we reload, you can see that that's in effect. And for the container, let's go ahead and paste that in. Container will give a little darker background, width of 960, we'll push it to the middle and add some padding. Now we'll do the nav bar. So you can see we're actually using the nav tag as our element here, setting a height in the background and floating the list items to the left. Okay, so there's our nav bar. And for the main and the sidebar areas, we want to float those. So we'll go ahead and paste those in. Okay, main is going to get float to the left and 60% width. Aside will get float to the right with 30% width and some padding. Alright, now the footer is up here, which we obviously don't want. So what we'll do is just add a div after the aside tag, and we'll give it a class of CLR. Okay, we just want to clear the float. So then up here, we'll go ahead and add our CLR class, and we're just going to say clear both. Okay, and then down here, let's go ahead and paste in the footer. We're just going to align it to the center, add some padding, and a background. And there we go. So this is essentially the same thing that we did in the last section, except we're using all HTML5 standards and semantics. So in the next video, I'm going to show you how you can embed media using the audio and the video tags, and I will see you then. Alright guys, in this video we're going to be talking about the video tag and the audio tag that are available in HTML5. Alright, so we just want to embed some video and audio. So let's start with video. I'm just going to put a heading here just so we know what we're doing. Alright, so I just want to embed a remote video. And I'm just going to use a link that has kind of a sample video we can use. So just like any other HTML tag, I'm going to put our angle brackets in here, and it's going to have a source attribute much like you would have with an image. So I'm just going to throw in a link here. Okay, so it's going to be v2v.cc/Theora _ test suite / and I'm going to do 320 times, what is it, 240, and that's going to be an OGG file. Alright, now this is a remote link, but of course if you had a video file in your file structure, you could just you can include that as well. Alright, just like you could with an image. Alright, and then we need our closing video tag, and then whatever we put in here is going to show up if the browser doesn't support the video element. Alright, so we'll just say your browser does not support video. Alright, now we also want to just add an attribute in here called controls, because we want to add the controls to our video. And let's go ahead and save it. And if we go over here and reload, looks like the link, I don't think that's the right link. v2v Theora _ test suite. Why isn't that working? It should be. Oh, we need to go right here, and we need the tilde character and then j/. Okay, I forgot about that part. Okay, so now we have our video. If I click play, you can see that it's playing. Alright, so it's as simple as that to embed a video. Now there's different attributes we can add. Let's see, if we take away the controls and we reload, you can see that the controls disappear, but we want those. And we can also set it to autoplay if we want. So if we say autoplay and reload, you can see that it just plays right away. I don't have to press play. We can also say that we want it to loop. Okay, so if we go ahead and reload, you can see that once it gets to the end, it should restart. Alright, so it just plays in a loop. Alright, so I'm going to get rid of those. And then we're going to move on to audio. Okay, so same thing. This is just going to be an audio tag. And we want to include a source. And let me just grab the link so I don't mess it up. Okay, this is going to be a link to an MP3 file. It's just a sound. And that needs that. And then we just have a message in case the browser doesn't support audio. Alright, and then in here we want to say controls. Okay, so let's go ahead and reload. And now you can see we have this audio. We can play that, and let me just make sure my sound's on. Alright, so it just plays that sound, and again we can say autoplay if we want, and loop. And when I reload, you can see that it autoplays. Alright, now we can also use JavaScript to do things such as play. Alright, so for instance, I'm going to get rid of the autoplay and the loop, and then down here I'm going to put in a script tag, and we're going to create a variable called let's see, we'll just call it v, and let's set it to document dot get element by ID. And let's give this video an ID. We'll just say my video. All right, and then we can take that variable, that v variable, and say dot play and save, and then when I reload you can see that it starts to play. Alright, I don't have autoplay on, it's coming from this job. We're actually causing it to play through our JavaScript. Now another thing we can do is we can add our own custom buttons or our custom interface. Okay, you may not want to use these controls, you may want to design your own. So for the audio, what I'm going to do is just create a div here, and we're going to have a couple buttons. So let's say button, and then we're going to give it an on-click attribute, and then we'll say document dot get element by ID, and let's actually give the audio an ID as well. We'll just say my audio, and let's say dot play Okay, so now we have this button. Let's save it. And we're doing inline JavaScript here, but of course you could set it to set off a function when it's clicked. Alright, so let me comment this out so the video doesn't play. Alright, so now if I go down and I click this button, this play button, you can see that it starts to play. Alright, so we could do without these controls altogether, and that should still play it. Alright, now we probably want to also have a stop or a pause, and we can even have volume buttons. So what I'm going to do is copy this and then paste it in 3 more times. And this one here we're going to set to pause. And then here what we can do is say volume, and we want to say volume plus equals 0.1. So you can control how loud it goes on each click. Let's see. Get rid of that. We don't want that. It's not a function. And let's just change this to plus volume, and then we'll do the same thing here. This will be dot volume, except this time we're going to say minus equals 0.1, and we'll say minus volume. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that, and now we have our own interface for playing the audio. So let's play. It might take a second because for my speakers. And you see when I pause it, it stops. And now I'm going to decrease and increase the volume. Alright, so now we have our own little interface. And obviously you'd want to make this look a little better, but that's not really the focus of what we're doing. Styling. It's just showing you that we can in fact use our own custom buttons. Alright, so that's going to do it for the video and audio. In the next video, we're going to take a look at graphics with Canvas and scalable vector graphics. Hey guys, in this video we're going to look at the new Canvas element from HTML5. Now, basically what this is, it gives us a specified canvas that we can give certain dimensions to, and then we can use JavaScript to draw on that canvas, whether it's for shapes or lines or text. We can do different things. Alright, so let's start in the body here. We're going to add the canvas tag, and we're going to give it an ID. We'll call it my canvas, and we're going to give it a width of 300 and also a height of 300. Okay, and that's going to take a closing tag as well. Now if I was to save this and reload, you can see that we don't see any difference here. That's because initially the canvas is just blank. Now we can do different things using CSS to this canvas. So let's go up here and put in style, and you could also use inline style if you'd like. And let's do my canvas. Okay, and then in here, let's give it a border. We'll say 1 pixel, black, solid. And I'm just going to give it a light gray background as well. Alright, so if we save that and reload, now you can see that the canvas is visible. So we use JavaScript to do different things on the canvas. So we're going to go down here. And I realize that some of you might not know JavaScript, but I'll try to explain it as we go along. Alright, so first thing we want to do is create a variable for this canvas. So we're going to create a variable called C, and we're going to set it to document.getElementById, which does just that. It fetches it by its ID. In this case is my canvas. Alright, so now we're grabbing that element. And in order to do certain things, such as draw lines or fill shapes or whatever you want to do, you have to have a context. So we want a variable for the context. And you could call it with what you want. CTX is a common variable for it. And then we're going to say C because that's what we called the variable above. And then we just want to do .getContext. All right, we want the 2D context, so we want to pass in 2D. All right, now we can use this context variable to do different things. So first thing we're going to do is create a rectangle. So we'll say CTX, and we're going to set a fill style. Fill style is basically just the color we want to color this rectangle. Now you can put hexadecimal values, but I'm just going to use the text red. Alright, and then to fill it, we're going to say ctx.fillRect, and then we need to pass in a few different parameters here. The first one is going to be, I believe it's from the left over. It's either we have the left over and then from the top down. So let's say 75 from the left over and then 75 from the top down, or it might be reversed. We'll check it out in a minute. And then the next two parameters will be the size of the width of it and then the height of it, which I'm going to make 150 by 150. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that and reload. And now you can see we have our rectangle. And just to make sure, let's change this to 20. Alright, yeah, so this first one is from the left over. Okay, so right now it's 20, put it back to 75, and if I was to say 20 for this one, you can see that that number pertains to the top down distance. Alright, and then if I wanted to make this bigger, we could say 250, which is the width of it. If I wanted to change the height, say 250. Alright. So that's an example of a rectangle, drawing a rectangle. Alright, now let's do a line. So I'm going to actually comment this out. We could do multiple shapes, but I don't want it to get confusing, so we're just going to comment that out. Alright, so let's say line. So we're going to take that CTX variable and we're going to say move to, and we're going to do 0, 0 because we want to start at the very beginning, which would be this top corner. Alright, and then we can say CTX dot line 2, and let's go 250 over and then 150 down. Alright, and then we need to actually give it a stroke, which is basically like a border. So stroke, just like that, and then let's save it. And now you can see we have a line that goes over 250 and then down 150. Okay, so if we were to change this to 100, you can see that it's now down 100. Alright, so let's comment that out. I'm just going to go like that. Okay, next thing we'll do is a circle. So for the circle, we want to start out with CTX dot begin path. Alright, and then we're going to do ctx.arc. And in here we're going to specify some things. Let's do 150 over, 150 down. And then this has to do with the size of the circle. We're going to say 60, 0. And then we need to take, we need to multiply the pi, math.pi, by 2. So we're going to say 2 times math.pi. Okay, so that's just a standard formula for a circle. Now we want to fill this circle with a color, so let's say ctx.fillStyle, and we'll set that to green. And then to actually do the filling, we need ctx.fill. So let's save that, and now you can see we have our circle. Alright, now if we want to have a border around it, we can say ctx.line_width, and let's set that to 4. And then we can color that. We'll say ctx.stroke_style, and we'll set that to red. Okay, and then in order to apply the stroke, we need to call the stroke function, ctx.stroke. And reload, and now you can see we have that red border, which is has a line width of 4 and a color of red. Alright, now we're not limited to just lines and shapes, we can also do text. So let's go ahead and say ctx.font. We can actually set the font. Okay, we're going to set that equal to, we'll say 50 pixels Arial. And let's set the stroke style, which would basically be the color of the font. So stroke style equals red. And then ctx.stroke text, which is a function, and first parameter is going to be what we want the text to say. We'll just say hello world, and then let's say 20 over and then 150 down. And there we go. Now we have some text. Let me just put that comment in there. Okay, let me comment that out. Next thing we'll do is a gradient. We can actually do gradients. Why do I keep doing that? Oh no, that's right. Alright, so gradient, first thing we'll do is we're going to create a variable called GRD, or whatever you want to call it, and then set it to ctx dot, and we want create a linear gradient. Okay, we're going to do 0, 0, 100, 0. Alright, and then we're going to take that GDR or GRD variable, and we're going to say add color stop. Let's say 0, and we'll make that blue, and then we'll take, let's copy that, and this one will be 1, and we'll say white. Alright, let's save that. Okay, so that's not going to work yet. We have to actually add a fill style, so ctx.fillStyle, and we're going to set that to that GRD variable, and then ctx.fillRect, okay, just like we did creating a rectangle. We'll say 10, 10, 150, 150. And there we go, we created a gradient. And if we were to change, let's say this right here to 50, you can see that that lessens the amount of blue gradient. Alright, so that's just to show you the very basics of this. I mean, obviously this doesn't give you much functionality. You wouldn't really want to do this, but it just gives you kind of a foundation of what Canvas is about, and how you can draw different shapes and text and stuff like that. Alright, I don't want to get too advanced. I know that you probably haven't watched the JavaScript section yet, so hopefully this isn't too confusing. And in the next video we're going to look at SVG, which is Scalable Vector Graphics. Alright, so in the last video we talked about Canvas, which basically allows us to draw shapes and graphics using JavaScript. Okay, we created a context for our Canvas tag, and we could draw circles and squares and lines. So SVG is different in that instead of using JavaScript, we're using XML, okay, which uses tags much like HTML. So we're going to go into the body here, and we're going to add an SVG tag, and what we're going to do is just draw a circle. So SVG, we're going to set the width of this to 300, and let's set the height, we'll set that to 300, and we're going to close that off, and it needs an ending tag as well. And then in here we're going to put a circle tag. Okay, so you can kind of think of this SVG as the canvas. Okay, and then we're going to draw on it. We're going to put a circle in the canvas. So it's going to take a CX attribute, which we're going to set to 100. And what that is, the CX, it's the x-axis coordinate of the center of the element, okay, which we're going to set to 100. And then we also have a CY, which we're going to set to 100, which is the y-axis. And then we're going to set R to 80, and that has to do with the radius. And let's set stroke, which is the border color. We'll set that to red, and then we can set a stroke width. Set that to 4. We'll have a fill of green, and that should do it. Okay, and you want to use this backslash when you're ending this circle tag. Alright, and then if the browser doesn't support inline SVG, we can put an error here. Just like that. Alright, so let's go ahead and save this and see what we get. And you can see we get a circle with a green fill and a red border or stroke. Alright, so that's a circle. Now we can do the same thing. We can draw a rectangle. So let's put an SVG tag here, and we'll set the width. Let's set it to 400, and we'll set the height. We'll set that to 200. Alright, and then in here we're going to use the rect tag. We'll make the width of this 400 as well. And we'll set the height, let's say 100. Actually, let's do 300 and 100. Okay, and then we can also set a style attribute here. Oops. Okay, so in here, let's say fill. We could use color text or hexadecimal, and we can also use an RGB value. So we'll say RGB 25500, which is red. Whoops, what happened there? That should be in the... That should be as a parameter here. Alright, and then we're going to separate these with semicolons. So this one will be stroke width, and we'll set that to 1, and we'll say stroke, and we can also use RGB values here. So we'll make this black, so 000. And let's take a look at that. And there we have a rectangle. Okay, we can put a line break here if we want to put them on separate lines. Oops, didn't want to do that. Alright. Now if we want to do polygon, we can also do that. Which is kind of a different shape. So let's see, we'll do width 300, height will be 200. And let's say polygon. And this is going to actually have a points attribute. So I'm just going to paste in a bunch of numbers here. These are just the different points of the polygon. And then let's add a style. And we'll say fill. We'll fill it with yellow. Stroke will be black. And let's say stroke width. We'll say 5. And then we're going to say fill rule. And we want even odd will be the fill rule. Alright, so let's see what that gives us. Alright, so you can see that gives us a star shape or a polygon shape. Now the last thing I want to do here is I want to do kind of a logo, which will be a shape with some text in it that we can do in pure SVG. Alright, so let's do height 130 and width 500. And we're going to use an ellipse here. So we'll say ellipse, and the x-axis 105, CY we'll say 70, and then RX will be 85, and RY will be 60. So this isn't going to be a circle, it's going to be kind of an oval shape. And let's make the fill black. Okay, and then under that we're going to put in some text. And I'm going to say fill, which will be white. And let's set font size to 45. Font family. We'll set that to Tahoma. And then we need an X and Y value. So X will be 50. And then from the top, we'll say 86. All right, and then that's actually going to have, whoops, that's going to have the text inside here. We'll just say logo and save. And you can see we got a little logo here. So you could actually use this, something like this, instead of having an image for your logo. Obviously, you could get a little more advanced than this, but that's basically how you can do it. Put a line break there. All right, so again, this isn't stuff that's really something you'd have on your production website, but it gets you familiar with how to use SVG, how to draw some basic shapes, some of the tags and attributes to use. All right, so that's going to be it. In the next video, we are going to look into web storage, which includes both local and session storage. All right, so we're going to get into local storage and session storage. Now, while these are APIs that are available with HTML5, there's quite a bit of JavaScript involved. In fact, most of the work that we'll do here is in JavaScript. So I'm going to try to keep it very simple. Whether you know JavaScript or not, the logic is pretty easy to understand, especially if you know some other kind of programming language or just the very basic fundamentals of any programming language. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to create a script tag down here, and we're going to set a local storage item. All right, so a local storage item has to be a string. Now, if you wanted to store something like a JSON object, you can do that, but you have to first parse it into a string, and then when you want to use it again, you have to parse it back into JavaScript or JSON. All right, but we're not going to get into that. That's more advanced. So let's just set a very basic variable or value. So we'll say store an item. And what we want to do is say local storage dot set item, and we want to put in, I guess, a variable for what we want to set. We'll call it name, and then we're just going to set it to a string John Doe. Okay, so this one line here actually sets a local storage item for us. Okay, now if we want to get that item back, we can say local storage dot get item. Okay, you can see the syntax is very simple, and just pass in name. Alright, now we want to do something with this. For now, we'll just log it in the console. So we'll say console.log and save it. And in Chrome, we'll hit F12 to open up the console. We'll reload, and you can see that it gives us John Doe. Okay, so it's that easy. Now, you probably want to somehow get this into your application or your web page. So what we'll do is just create a div here, and we'll give it an ID of name. And then down here, we'll say document dot get element by ID, and that element ID is name. And then what we'll do is just say dot inner HTML equals, and then we'll say this right here, local storage dot get item name. Save that, reload, and now we have our name displayed in the browser. Now you can also even make this even shorter, this get item. You can actually just say local storage dot and then whatever that variable. In this case, it's name. So if we reload, you can see it's still console logging John Doe. Alright, now if you want to remove an item, you can do that as well. And we can just say local storage dot remove item, and then we'll pass in name. So now if we save and reload, you can see that up here we're not getting anything. It is console logging because we have that before we actually remove the item. But if I want to take that and move it up here, it's going to remove it before it's able to console log it, which makes it undefined. Alright, now before you use a local storage item, you're probably going to want to test for it first. So let's go ahead and go, let's see, right down here, and let's put an if statement. Okay, we'll do an if else, and we want to test for the local storage dot name. If there is one, then let's go ahead and cut that, put that in there. If there isn't, then instead of putting the local storage get item, we're just going to say no name found. Okay, and if we reload that, you can see we get no name found. Now it's also a good idea to actually check to make sure the browser can use web storage. So we're going to wrap everything here in an if statement. So I'm just going to grab all of this, put that in there. Okay, and let's see, this is going to do else. So else, then let's just do console.log, and we'll say local storage not available. Alright, and then all we need to test for here is we need to say type of storage is not equal to undefined. Alright, because if it's not compatible, if it's not available, it's going to be equal undefined. If we reload, we're not going to see any difference because it is available. Alright, now that's local storage, and what that does is it'll keep that name value. Let's go ahead and comment out the remove. It'll keep that value until you clear your cache or clear your browser cache, even if we close the browser. Alright, so if you want values that are going to go away once you close the browser, then you want to use session storage. And session storage works, the API, the syntax is the exact same as local storage. So there's nothing really new to learn there. What we can do is comment this out and just copy all of it, and you can just change local storage to session storage. In this case, we'll change the name to, let's say, Matt Smith, and then we'll just replace all the local with session. Alright, so we'll save that, and if we reload, we get Matt Smith because we're now dealing with session storage. And if you're using Chrome, you can go ahead and use the let's see, where is it? Sources, no, application, and you can see under session storage, it gives us that value. Local storage, we have John Doe as our name. Alright, so that's going to do it for this video. In the next video, we're going to talk about drag and drop, as well as being able to edit content with Content Editable. So I will see you then. Alright, so in this video, we're going to take a look at HTML5's drag and drop API. Okay, so much like most of the other APIs, it does involve some JavaScript, but we're not going to do anything too complicated. We're just going to have a logo that we can take and drag into a box that we want to outline with CSS. Alright, so you should have in your resource files, you should have the logo that we'll be using, alright, which is just an Eduonix logo. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go into the body and create a div, and we're going to give it an ID of box. Alright, and let's see, we'll add some of the other attributes after. And then underneath it, we'll have our image. Okay, so it's called logo. I think it's logo.png. Okay, let's go ahead and save that. Okay, so yeah, you can see we have our logo. Now the box div is above it, but we can't see it. So let's go ahead and add a little bit of CSS. So the div has an ID of box, and we're going to just put in a width of 300 pixels. We'll put a height of 150 and padding 10. Border will be 1 pixel, solid, and gray. Alright, so if we save that, now you can see we have a box above it. Now the idea is we want to be able to take this logo and drop it in the box. Alright, so to do that, we're going to have to add some JavaScript. Alright, so before we add the JavaScript, we're going to add some attributes here to our div. So we want to say on drop, and we're going to set that to drop, which is going to be a function, and we're going to pass in event. Alright, and then we also need on drag over, and for that we're going to say allow drop and pass in event. Alright, now for the image, we're also going to add some attributes. We want one called draggable, and we want to set that to true. And then we're going to say on drag start. I'm going to call the drag function. And let's also set a width and a height on this. So width 291, which is the exact width of the image. We don't need pixels. And then height is going to be 145. Alright, so now what we have to do is add a little bit of JavaScript. So down here, actually let's put the script in the head, right under the style. Okay, so we want to add those functions. We want allow drop, and there's not going to be too much to these functions. Pretty simple. Let's see, allow drop. We're going to say EV for event, and all we have to do is do ev.prevent default. All right, because we don't want it to go to a link or anything like that. It shouldn't have any other functionality. All right, and then we have our drag function. And for this, we're going to say ev.dataTransfer.setData, and we're just going to pass in text, and then ev.target.id. Now this data transfer, this is an object that's used to hold the data that's being dragged during a drag and drop operation. Alright, and it can hold one or more data items. And then we'll set the data for that type. And then the final function we want is drop. And for this, we're going to prevent default, just like we did up here. And then we're going to create a variable called data, set that to ev.dataTransfer.getData this time. Okay, so we set it above, now we're getting it, and that's going to be text. And then we'll do ev.target, then .append child, and we need to specify document.getElement by ID, and that will be data. Okay, and I think that should do it. So let's save it and reload. And now if I take this, okay, so that didn't work. Let me see what we got here. Failed to execute append child. Parameter 1 is not of type node. Let's see. Oh, we don't have an ID on the image. So let's put an ID. We'll say drag1. There we go. All right, so we can now drag it and drop it into the box. Okay, so that's drag and drop. We're able to edit content inside of an HTML element. And this is going to be really quick. I'm just going to show you. We'll have an H1, and in here, let's say this text can be edited, and all we have to do is say content editable equals true. Okay, so now if we save that, reload, and now you can see I can just edit this heading. All right, and it doesn't have to be a heading. It could be a paragraph or whatever it may be. All right, and we're going to get more into that in our project in this section. All right, so that's drag and drop and content editable. In the next video, we're going to talk a little bit about geolocation. Hey guys, in this video, I'm going to show you how to use HTML5's geolocation API. Now, this is very JavaScript intensive, so we're not going to do too much here. We're not going to deal with maps or anything yet, but what we will do is just make it so that we can ask the user for their location. If they give it to us, then we'll take the latitude and longitude and display them on the screen. Alright, so I should mention that in some browsers you can't run it from just a local file like this. You need a server. So I do have an Apache server set up that I can use it for an example. Alright, so what we're going to do here is in the body, we're not going to have much. We're going to have a button, and we're going to give it a click event, and when that's clicked, it's going to run a function called getLocation, and for the button text, we'll say getChords, and so that should be it for now. And then we're going to go down and put our script tags in. Okay, we want to create a variable, we'll call it X, and we're going to set it to document. Oh, we need to put a div up here too. Okay, so actually we'll do an H1 to make it bigger. So we're going to give it an ID of chords. Alright, and then we'll set this to document dot get element by ID and chords. Alright, and then we're going to have our function get location. Let me just indent this. Alright, so in get location, first thing we want to do is make sure that we can use geolocation in this browser. So we're going to put an if statement here, and we're going to say if navigator dot geolocation, then we want to say navigator dot geolocation, and then we want to call get current position. Okay, and then in here we're going to say show position, which is going to be the name of the function. This is a callback. This is going to be the name of the function that runs when it gets the position. Alright, let's put in an else statement here as well. We'll say else, then x dot inner HTML, and we're just going to spit out a message that says geolocation is not supported. Alright, so we're checking to make sure the browser supports it. If it does, we're going to call get current position and pass show position is in as a callback. If not, then we're just going to take this element up here, the H1, and put in geolocation is not supported. Alright, so under that we need to have our show position callback. So show position, and that's going to take a parameter of position, and then we can get our position. So let's say console.log, and we should be able to say position dot chords dot latitude. Alright, so let's go ahead and run that. Alright, now if I click it, you can see up here we get this little X mark, and it's saying this page has been blocked from your tracking location. What we need to do is put this on a server. Alright, so I'm going to take our index.html and I'm going to bring it over to my AMP. I'm using AMPs for my server, which is, let's see, AMPs, and then I want my www directory, and let's put in a folder here. We'll just call it geo and paste that in, and then I should be able to go to localhost/geo. Alright, and then if I click get chords, now you can see that there's no X up here, and if we open up the console, it's showing my latitude. Alright, so if you want AMPs, you can go ahead and download that. I'm not going to go through all that. Chances are you already know how to set up a server. AMPs, another one is XAMPP or XAMPP. If you're on Mac, there's MAMP, and of course if you just want to set up a regular Apache server. Alright, so we're console logging out the latitude. Now what we want to do is we want to be able to print this on the screen, so I'm just going to comment that out, and then we're going to say x.inner HTML, and let's set that to a string. We'll say latitude, and then we're just going to concatenate with a plus sign position dot chords dot latitude. Alright, and then let's concatenate again, and when I say concatenate, I just mean basically go back to a string. So we're starting as a string, and then we want to add JavaScript, so we have to end the string with a quote and use a plus sign to concatenate so that we can then use JavaScript again. Alright, so this will be longitude, and let's actually put a line break there. Okay, longitude, and then once again we're going to go back into JavaScript and say position dot chords dot longitude. Alright, and then we'll just end that with a semicolon, and now if we go and reload, get chords, and now it shows us our latitude and longitude. Alright, so there's a lot you can do with that. You can, especially with working with maps, with the Google Maps API, which we might get into later on in the JavaScript section. Alright, so that's going to be it for this video. In the next one, we're going to take some of what we've learned so far and create a nice little project where we can add a note and save it in local storage, and we'll use some of our other HTML5 features as well. Alright, so I will see you in the next video. Hey guys, in this video we're going to build a really simple application with HTML5 and a little bit of JavaScript, and we're just going to basically have a note that we can edit and we can save in local storage. Alright, so, and we're also going to use some of the newer HTML tags. So in our body here, let's go ahead and add a header, and the header is just going to have an H1, and we're just going to call this my note. Alright, so it's not going to be a list, it's basically going to be one note that you can constantly update. So something really important that you have to do or remember, something like that. Alright, and then let's create a container for our note. I'm going to give this div an ID of container. Actually, instead of div, let's use section, which is an HTML5 element. Okay, and in here we'll put the div, and we'll give it an ID of note. Alright, and this is gonna be editable, so we want to put in the attribute content editable and set that to true. Alright, and then we'll close that up, and then under the section we'll have a footer. Okay, it's going to be a very simple interface, and in the footer we're going to have, let's put in a div, and in this div I want to have a link. Okay, and it's not going to go to anything, it's actually going to activate some JavaScript. We're going to give it a class of clear, and let's say clear, I'll just say clear note. Alright, and then after that div, we'll put in our paragraph, which will just be the copyright really. We'll say my note, copy 2016. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that. Okay, doesn't look like much. What we're going to do now is up in the head area, we're going to put in a script tag, and we're going to have two functions. So we're going to have a function called getNote, which will be responsible for fetching it, and then we're also going to have a function called saveNote, which will be responsible for saving it. Alright, now inside getNote, we first want to check to see if the local storage item is there. So we'll say if local storage dot get item, and we'll call this note. Okay, so if it's there, then we're going to set a variable called note, and we're going to set it to that local storage get item. Okay, and then we'll do an else. So if it's not there, then we're still going to create a note variable, and we're just going to put a message. We'll just say go ahead and edit this note to save in local storage, and you could write whatever you want here. Alright, and then under the if statement here, we're going to say document.getElement by ID, and that ID is going to be note, and then we just want to add .inner HTML and set that to whatever is in note. Alright, so let's save that. And now it's not showing anything because we created the function but we didn't run it. So we're going to run it down here. We'll say script, and oops, then let's just say get note. Okay, that should run it, save, and now you can see that the note is now displaying. And I can go ahead and edit it, but if I reload it, it goes right back because we haven't done anything to save the note in local storage yet. So let's go into save note, and that's actually going to take an ID, and in here we're going to say var note, set that to document dot get element by ID note, and let's see, we want what's in the HTML, so we're going to say inner HTML. Alright, and then we'll say local storage dot set item, and we want to set note to the variable note. Alright, and that's it for the save note function. Now we want this save note to run whenever we start to type in the note. So let's go into this div right here that has the ID of note, and we're going to add on key up, which means, you know, when we type on key up, then it's going to run save note, and we're going to pass in this dot ID, just like that. So if we save and reload, let's say test, and then if we reload, you can see it still says test. Okay, so it's now being saved in local storage. If we were to look at our console and go down to local storage, you can see right here note test. All right, we still have the name here from a couple videos back. Okay, so that saves. Now we want to be able to clear this by clicking the clear link here. So down in our A tag, we're going to put an on click, and in here let's say we'll say JavaScript clear note. Alright, so that'll run a function called clear note. So we're going to go and let's create that up here. I was going to do it inline, but I think this looks a little neater. Alright, so let's say clear local storage dot clear, and we just want to return false so that we don't actually try and follow a link, and that should do it. This local storage clear will just clear everything in your local storage. So let's save that, and now if we click that, let's see if we're getting any errors or anything. Okay, so there we go. Alright, now I'm not sure why it's not clearing right away. We click it and then reload and it clears. I think if we remove that might do it. Let's try it. There we go. Alright, so you just want to get that hash symbol out of there. So now we can just clear it. Good. So our functionality's there. Now I do want to make this look a little better, so let's go ahead and add a little bit of style. Alright, so let's say body, we'll say font, family, let's use Tahoma, and set a line height of 1.6 m, and a background of, let's do light gray. Alright, and then we'll do header, footer. I just want to center those, so we'll say text align center, and the container, which is we want to have a width of, let's say, 480. Actually, let's do 400. And margin, I want to do 50 from the top, and then auto on the sides because I want it to be in the middle. Background, we're going to do a hexadecimal, which will be FFFFA5, which is the same color as a sticky note. And let's say overflow hidden, and 30 pixels of padding. Okay, and then for the clear button, I think we have a class on that. Yeah, class equals clear, so we'll say dot clear, and I just want to remove text decoration and set a background of dark gray, a color of white, and a padding of 10 pixels. Let's save that, reload, and there we go. So if we go ahead and edit this, okay, and if we reload, it'll stay. Okay, the only way it's going to change is if we change it or if we clear it out. Alright, and of course you can have whatever you want there, just edit this. Alright, so very, very simple application, but it does implement certain aspects of HTML5. In the next part, we're going to get into CSS a little bit more than we've been doing, so I will see you then. Alright, so now we're going to start digging into both basic CSS and CSS3. So CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets, which is a style sheet language that describes the style of an HTML document and how HTML elements should be displayed. So this includes many different aspects of design such as color, layout, and fonts. CSS is completely independent of HTML, and it can be used with any XML-based markup language. So before CSS, styling was pretty not difficult, but really tedious. We had font tags, we had things like the BG color attributes, and it just made a mess of the markup. It was all jumbled together. So CSS has saved us a lot of trouble. Now there's a few different ways to include CSS in your HTML document. First, CSS can be displayed in style tags, usually in the head area of an HTML page. You have seen me do this throughout the course, and the main reason for it is because I just want simplicity so we don't have to keep switching in between CSS files and HTML files. But generally you don't really want to do that. You want to choose the next option, which is external style sheets, and these are stored in .css files. Alright, this is what you want to do in production, and it's really easy to do. You just need to use a link tag and then point to the source of the style sheet. And then you do have the third option of actually placing the CSS inline inside of the HTML tag in a style attribute, which is definitely not recommended. It's best to keep your HTML and CSS completely separate. So let's break down the syntax of CSS, which is actually really easy to understand. So first we have a selector, and I'll go over the different types of selectors in a minute, but basically it's a way to identify what you're styling. This is an H1 selector, which is an element selector. We could just as well use a P for paragraph or a UL for an unordered list, but note that this selector will style all H1s on the page. Okay, now this here between the curly braces here, these are declarations. And a declaration is a property value pair. In this case we have the color property and then we have the font size property. And I'll go over many of the different popular properties in a few minutes. So this is very simple. Here are some other examples. This is actually the same as this, just in more readable format. And you can see here we have a paragraph, which we're setting the line height to 1.5 em, text align to the center, and color, you can see in this example we're actually using a hexadecimal value. So this is the hex value for black. Alright, and then over here we have a div, so this would style all divs and make the background black, and then the border would be red, 1 pixel wide, and would be solid. Alright, so selectors can be based on things like the element name, as we've saw, ID, class, attribute, and more. So an example of an element selector again would be here we have a P for the paragraph, setting the color to black. And then if you want to target certain elements, you can use things like IDs and classes. So for an ID, you want to use the number sign character here along with the name of the ID. Okay. Now notice over here we can also include the element. So this here would style all the divs with the ID of box 1. Okay. So you can include that or you can not include it. It's up to you. Sometimes you may have a class or an ID that's the same but on different elements, and you may want to just grab one of those elements. So that works to do that. And then the class selector uses a period or a dot. You can see here we have a class called center text, and we're just setting it to align the text to the center. All right, and then again we can use the element if we want to. Here we're saying any paragraphs with the class of center text. All right, and then you can also group selectors together. So in this case we have H1, H2, and H3, and we're setting them all to the color red rather than having 3 separate selectors. CSS comments are actually really easy. We just need to use the /* to open a comment and then the */ to close it. And this is a single line comment. Down here we have an example of a multi-line comment, which both use the same syntax. So CSS colors can be specified in multiple ways. Down here we have 3 different ways to color a paragraph red. This one here uses just a valid color name of red. Okay, there's quite a few color names that you can use. We can use an RGB value. In this case, we're saying RGB 25500. So this stands for red, green, and blue. Since the red is all the way up to 255, which is the max, and then the rest are 0, that makes it all red. All right, and then we have a third option to use hexadecimal values. In this case, this is the hex for red. All right, now I don't use RGB too much. I will use the color name and hexadecimal values often, but I don't use the RGB too much. So here's just a list of some of the common CSS properties that are used. We have color, we have different variations of background color, image, and position, or we could just use background and include all of these in that one property. All right, now there's many other ones as well. I just didn't want to put them all down. There's just way too many to list, but we'll take a look at some of them. Then we have margin and padding, which gives spacing inside and outside of the element. We have text align, float, which will float elements and text to the right or the left. Border, we have different border properties here, color, width, style. We can also use the border property and include all of those. And then font family, font size, font weight, which we could use to bold our text. Font style, which could be italic, underline, things like that. Overflow, which has to do with keeping the content in your element. Display, you can display as inline, as block, or as inline block. List style will help you remove things like bullets from lists. Height and width. Line height, which has to do with the space between lines. And then text decoration, which you can use to remove the underline in a hyperlink. Alright, so those are just some of the common properties that. Alright, so in this video we're going to be looking at some of the more basic CSS styling, some of which we've already done in the HTML sections. Alright, so we're going to just work our way up to CSS3 and the more advanced aspects of CSS. Alright, so let's just go ahead and put something in here. We'll put an H1 and we'll just say welcome. Alright, and we're going to be working within style tags in the head of the page, only because I don't want to switch back and forth between files. But if this were a website or an application that was going into production, I would use it as an external style sheet. Alright, so let's say body. Okay, so some things you might see in a body styling would be font family, which will say Arial, and you can add secondary families as well. Let's say sans serif, and let's do font size, which will say 13 pixels. Alright, now if we want to style the H1, we could simply put that in and say we want the color to be red. Alright, and we'll go ahead and put a paragraph in here. Okay, and we'll say paragraph. So let's say we want to align that to the center. We could say text align to the center. Alright, and let's put another paragraph. And this paragraph we may not want to be centered. We may just want that one. So this is a good example of where we should use a class. So let's say we had a class called text center, and then up here we could say p.textCenter. Okay, so that's going to just take that paragraph and put it to the center. Now, if I was to put the class on here, text center, and save, you can see that that's not going to work because we specified that this should only be paragraphs. If I was to get rid of that, the P, then you can see it's going to apply to the H1. Now, we may want all of this to be in the center, so we could put a div around it and say class text center, and then everything in there should then be centered. Alright, so I want to move along here, and we're going to create a div, and let's give this a class. Actually, let's give it an ID of box1. And then we'll do div ID box2. Alright, and let's just put some text in here. Okay, so we get these two divs. Let's add up here, we'll say box1. Alright, so I'm going to just add some styles here. First thing I want to do is give it a background. Okay, we're just going to work with box1 for a little bit. So we'll give it a background of black, and let's give it a color of white. Alright, so there's our box. Let's go ahead and make it a little shorter. We'll give it a width of 200 pixels. Okay, so that's going to... No, that's not going to do that because I put it in box 2. Alright, so now we have a box that's 200 pixels wide. Now, you can see that the text is right up flush with the sides. If we want to add some spacing in there, we can add some padding. Now, we can say padding top, 20 pixels, and that'll just give us spacing on the top. Okay, we can do the same thing all the way around if we go padding bottom and padding right, padding left. Now there is an easier way to do this, which I'll show you on box 2. I'm just going to kind of give you the long version of the styling up here and then shorten it for box 2. Alright, now we also will probably want to push it away from elements around it. So margin takes care of the spacing outside of the box. So if I was to just copy these paddings and go ahead and just change that to margin. Okay, so now it's going to push everything away 20 pixels. Alright, another thing we could do is add a border. So we can say border width, and we'll set that to 3 pixels. Then we can say border color, set that to red, and border style we can set to solid. Alright, so if we take a look at that, now you can see we have our border. Alright, now what I'm going to do is go into box 2, and let me just copy some of this stuff. Actually, I'll copy it all. And then I'm going to change the background to blue. Let's see, keep the width. Now for the padding, let's go ahead and save that. So the padding, if we want 20 pixels around the whole thing, we can actually just get rid of all of these except one, and then just remove the top and just have padding 20 pixels. And then we can do the same thing with the margin. Alright, so if I save that and reload, you can see we get the same result. It looks a lot more cleaner than this. Now if we wanted to, let's say, have 30 pixels on just the top, what we could do is say, let's go into padding and say 30 pixels, 20, 20. So when you do this, this is top, right, bottom, left. Alright, so if I save that, now you can see we have 30 on the top. Alright, this would be the bottom right here. We can go ahead and reload. Now we have it on the top and bottom. Now if we want the top and bottom and the right and left to be the same, we can actually just go like this. Alright, so 30 on the top, 20 on the sides. Go ahead and reload, and you can see we get the same result. Alright, and you can do that same exact thing with margin. For the border, we can actually get rid of color and width and all that. Just have border and just include those things in here. So 3 pixels, red. Actually, let's make it green. 3 pixels green, solid. And there we go. Okay, so this is a lot shorter and cleaner than this. And I'm actually going to change this padding just to have 20 on all sides. Alright, so we can also float things. So let's say box 1, we want to float to the left, and box 2 will float to the right. Okay, reload, and now you can see that they're floating. Now if I was to add something under this, under the boxes, let's just put a div and we'll just say hello and reload, and you can see that it ends up here somewhere, which isn't what we want. We most likely want it to be below these boxes. So what we'll have to do is clear that float, and we can do that by adding another div. We'll give it a class of clear, and then up here we'll say dot clear and say clear both. Okay, so we want to clear both floats. So now it continues down here. Alright, so what I want to do now is create an unordered list and show you some things we can do with that. So we'll have an li, we'll say list item, and I'm just going to give this a class of my list. Alright, so up here in the CSS, we'll say dot my list, and let's just specify UL right here, and we'll save it and see what it looks like. Okay, so this is just a default list, what it looks like. Let's say we want to remove these bullet points. We could use the list style property and set that to none. So now you can see that those go away. And you'll also notice that there's some automatic padding with unordered lists. It's pushed over by default. If you want to get rid of that, we could just specify padding 0. Alright, so now you can see it moves over. Alright, now let's add some line height to separate the list items a little bit. And we're going to say 2.2 em. Now, em or em is a unit of measure with CSS, and basically it's relative to the font size. So this would basically mean 2.2 times whatever that font size is. Okay, it's relative. We could also use pixels, which would be absolute. Okay, no matter how big the font is, the pixels in the line height will be the same. Alright, so let's do that. And if we save, now you can see they're separated a lot more. And we may want to put a border in there, but we're actually going to want to do that to the list item. So we'll say ul.mylist li. Alright, and then in here we'll say border bottom. Okay, we can put a border on any side. 1 pixel. Let's do dotted. And color will be gray. Alright, so now you can see we have a nice border below each list item. Now we can also remove things with CSS. So let's go back up to the H1 tag up here. And let's go ahead and set visibility. And we're going to set that to hidden. Okay, if we go ahead and save that and I reload, you'll see that the H1 is now hidden. Alright, now there's still a space there. It's treating it as if it was there, it's just not showing us the actual text. Alright, there's another way we can actually get rid of it and pretty much make it so that it's not there at all, and that's by saying display none. Okay, if we reload, now you can see there's no space or anything there. There's no trace that an H1 should even be there. Alright. Now we can also use display to display things as either a block or inline. Okay, so by default an H1 is a block element, meaning that whatever comes after it will go on a separate line. So if we say display inline, you'll see that it still looks like it's a block element, and the reason for that is because the paragraph underneath it is a block element. If we were to also add a P here and make paragraphs inline and reload, now you can see that they're right next to each other. Okay, they're both inline. Okay, I just wanted to specify that and get rid of that. Alright, so that's all set. Now we're going to go ahead and stop here, and in the next video we're going to talk a little bit about positioning and using a background image. Alright, so we're going to talk a little bit about positioning and background images in CSS. So when it comes to positioning, there are a few different options, and let me just pull something up here. Alright, so position property, we have 4 different position values. There's static, there's relative, fixed, and absolute. Now static that's the default. Okay, everything is positioned static by default. Okay, they're not affected by top, bottom, left, right properties. It's as it says, it's not positioned in any way. It is always positioned according to the normal flow of the page. Alright, so very rarely do you actually assign something to a static position unless you're changing it from something else, from absolute or relative or whatever it may be. Now relative is positioned relative to its normal position. So we can set the top, right, bottom, and left properties of a relatively positioned element, and that'll cause it to be adjusted away from its normal position. So you can see this is a relative element here, and it has the property left 30 pixels, so it's going to push it 30 pixels from the left. Now fixed is relative to the viewport, which means it always stays in the same place. Alright, so it's not really paying attention to anything else on the page except its position in the actual browser window. Alright, so that's what fixed is. And then absolute can be positioned relative to the nearest positioned ancestor. So if this is an absolute positioned element and this one is relative, then you can actually move this around this element. Okay, this one is its container. So you can move it over or down or up or wherever you want. Alright, so let's jump in and I'll give you some examples. So let's create a div with the class of wrapper. Alright, and then inside there we're going to have a div with the class of inside. Alright, and then I'm just going to give these some styles. So we'll say wrapper, and we're going to give it a border. And let's give it a width of 400 and a height of 400. Alright, and then we'll say dot inside. Give that a border as well. We'll make this one red. And then we'll set width to, let's say, 300 pixels. Actually, let's say 200. And then a height of 100. Alright, so let's take a look at that. What happened here? Oh. Okay, so we have this wrapper box or div, and then we have the inside, and you can see they're positioned normally. This one is starting at the top left here. Now let's go to the wrapper, and we're going to set left. We'll set 50 pixels. All right, and then if we reload, you can see that it's not doing anything. That's because it's still positioned static, which is default. So if we were to say position relative, now you can see it moves over. We can also move it from the top. We'll say 100 pixels, and that's going to push it down. Now if we want to move the inside box around inside its relative container, what we want to do is position that to absolute, and then let's say top 20 pixels and left 50 pixels, and reload, and now you can see it's going from here down 20 pixels, from here over 50 pixels. And then if we were to make this fixed and save, you can see that it goes back to its original position, and none of this has any effect on it at all. Alright, so I'm just going to make that back to absolute. So the next thing I want to look at is background images. Okay, so let's take this wrapper div and add a background image to it. Now you should have in your resources, in your folder for this section, you should have a bg.jpg, which is just a sample image that we're going to use for a background image. Alright, so what we'll do is go into the wrapper class here, and let's say background dash image, and we're going to say URL, and in here you need to put a path to your image. Ours is in the same folder, so we'll just say bg.jpg. Save that, and now you can see we have the image as the background. Now the image ends right here. Notice that it keeps repeating the image. That's because by default it's going to repeat both on the x-axis and the y-axis. Now if we were to go in here and say background repeat and set it to no repeat, reload. Let's see, what did I do wrong? Oh, we don't want the quotes. Now you can see that it's not repeating, and it's not repeating either way. I'll make this a little wider to show you. Okay, so it's not repeating either way. We could say repeat, which is the default, just repeats both ways, or we could say repeat X, which will make it repeat horizontally, or we could say repeat Y, which would make it vertical. Okay, but we're going to keep it at no repeat, which I think should be the default, but for some reason it's not. Okay, so let's say we wanted to position this differently. If we wanted to move it over, we could say background dash position, and let's say 100 pixels 0. Okay, so if we reload, now you can see that it moved over to the right 100 pixels. So this number here is from the top down. So if we say 100 pixels, that's going to move it down 100 pixels. Alright, now this is kind of long having all this. we could shorten this up by just saying background and then doing URL and say no repeat, 100 pixels, 100 pixels. Okay, and then what I'll do is just comment this out and reload, and we have the same thing. Alright, you can even change the color behind the image. So if we were to say, we'll put black here, save, reload, and now we have the image. We also have the div has a background color as well behind the image. So we're going to go ahead and stop here, and in the next video we're going to talk more about the more advanced aspects of CSS3. Hey guys, in this video we're going to talk about pseudo classes and pseudo selectors. So pseudo class is used to define a special state of an element. Okay, and we have pseudo selectors where we can specify things that aren't so prominent, like a class or an ID. So we're going to start with a link, an A tag, and you've probably done this before. You've probably used hover to style a link in its hover state. So let's start with that. We're going to create an A tag here, and it's just going to go nowhere, and we'll just put in the text, click me. Alright, so we have this A tag, and let's go ahead and open up some style tags up here. And we want to, first of all, let's save it. You can see that it has a purplish color. We want to style it for when we hover it, when we hover over it. So to do that, we just need to put our element tag in, which is A, or element selector rather. And we want to put a colon and then the state, hover. And let's change color to red, and we'll go ahead and make the font weight bold. Okay, so now if I go ahead and reload, and now when I hover it, you can see that it turns red and bold. Now it also has an active state. Active is when you click it really quick, it enters the active state before you actually get redirected. So let's go ahead and say A, active. We'll say color green, and let's do font weight bold. So now when I click it, you'll see really fast it turns green. Okay, that's the active state. Now links aren't the only elements that have states like this. We can have a form, and let's give it a class of my form, and then we'll give it an input with the type of text. Reload. Okay, so we have this input here. Now forms or inputs have a state called focus, and that is when you actually click inside of the input. Alright, so up here we could say my form input focus, and what we'll do here is say background pink, and let's also extend the width to 300 pixels. Alright, so now if I save, reload, you can see the input hasn't changed. When I click inside of it, however, the background turns pink and it extends to 300 pixels. And you can see I can go back and forth. Now let's take a look at pseudo selectors. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to create a UL. Let's give it a class of my list, and we'll put some LIs in here. We'll just say list item. Okay, copy that, paste that in a few times. Okay, so we have this list of items. Now we have, with CSS3, we have some new selectors we can use. One is first child, and what that'll do is it'll select the first child element. So let's say dot my list li first child. Okay, and then we want to change color to green, and we'll also change the font weight to bold. If we reload, you can see that the first LI is now green. Alright, just like first child, we also have last child. So we'll change that one to red. Reload, and now the last item in the list is going to be red. No matter how many items you have, the last one will be red. Now you may want to get more intricate than that, and let's say you want to select maybe the third one. So for that we can use something called nth child. So my list li, and then we're going to say nth child. And in here you can put different formulas or expressions, and the simplest thing to do is to just put a number in there. So let's say we put in 3. Alright, and then we're going to say color orange, font weight bold. Okay, if we reload, now you can see that the third one is orange. Okay, so it's as simple as just putting the number in there. Now you may want to select every third element. Okay, so to do that, we could go ahead and in here say 3n plus 3 and reload, and now you can see that every third element is now going to be orange. And you can get more complicated than that, but I'm not going to go too far into it. If you want to do every other, let's say you want to do every even, I'm just going to copy this, and we can replace this with just the word even, and we'll change this to let's say purple. Actually, let's do a background. We'll say background yellow. Reload, and now every even list item is going to be yellow. Okay, and we can certainly do odd as well. Okay, we'll change that to gray, and now every odd list item will have a background of gray. Okay, so these just allow you to really be specific in what you want to style without having to add all kinds of classes and IDs, because of course you could put class even on every even one, but if this is a dynamically generated list and you don't have a set amount here that you can actually edit, then this is what you want to do to be able to target those items. Alright, so those are pseudo elements and pseudo selectors. In the next video, we're going to start to look at more into CSS3 and some of the new color systems and backgrounds and gradients. So I will see you in the next video. Hey guys, in this video we're going to take a look at a few different aspects of CSS3. We're going to look at rounded corners, multiple backgrounds, image borders, gradients, and also some of the new color systems that we can use. Alright, so we have just a blank starter HTML document here, and I'm just going to create a couple divs. So let's give this an ID of rounded1. I'll just put some text in here, and I'm just going to put a line break here and then just copy that. Okay, we're going to have 3 different divs here. This will be rounded2, this will be rounded3. Okay, so let's start out with our rounded1 class or ID, and we're going to give it a background, let's say red, and let's see, we'll give it a color, a text color of white, and let's do width, we'll just say 200 pixels, and height will also be 200 pixels, and we'll give it some padding, and let's save it. Okay, so we have this red square. Now if we want to make the corners here rounded, what we can do is say border radius, and then whatever the amount, we're going to say start with 10 pixels. Alright, so you can see that now the corners are rounded. Before CSS3 we would have to actually create an image with this rounded part right here and then position it on the corners, which was really a pain in the neck. So this saved us a lot of headache to create rounded images or rounded borders. Alright, so we can change this to, let's say, 25, and now you can see the round is more defined here. If we were to say 50, you can see it gets even more rounded. And if we wanted to say, let's say 50%, we can also put percentages in. That basically turns it into a circle. Alright, so pretty easy. Let's just keep it at 10. Now, if you wanted to just have some of the corners rounded, you could also do that. So let's copy this and say rounded 2. And then what we're going to do, instead of border radius, we're going to say border top left radius 10 pixels. And I'm going to copy that, and then this one will be border bottom right radius. Okay, so now if we go and reload, you can see that we have rounded corners here and here, but these ones are normal. Okay, so you don't have to round all of them. Alright, and then you can also have a border as well. Let's do this third one here. And let's just say border radius. And for this one, we'll do 50%. We'll make it into a circle. And let's also say border 3 pixels black solid. And there we go. So you can see we can have a border around it as well. Not only can we round borders on divs or elements like this, but we can also do it on images. Alright, so look, I have an image here. Let me just show you the folder that I'm working in. And you should have this in your files. We're going to take this bird image and just add it to our image tag here in the source. Alright, so you can see we have our image, and let's go up to the CSS and say img border radius 25 pixels, and you can see that it rounds the edges of the image. If we wanted the image to be completely round, we could set it to 50%, and now we have a rounded image. Alright, so that's it for rounded corners. Now we're going to take a look at image borders. Alright, so let's put a line break here, and we're going to create a div with the ID of, let's say, border image. And I'll just say this div uses an image border. Alright, and then let's go up here and say border image. And you should have an image called border. I think it's border PNG. Let me just check. Yeah, this border PNG right here. We want to take this and put it around that element. Alright, so what we can do is in here we'll say border, let's say 10 pixels solid, and then we're going to say transparent. And we'll say padding 15 pixels, and then we're going to say border image, and we're going to set that just as if it was a background image. We're going to use URL and border.png, and let's say 30 and round. And this can be repeated, round, or stretch. So let's go ahead and save that and see what we get. So you can see we have our text here, and we have a border around the image. I'm sorry, around the element. So now we're going to look at backgrounds. So we're going to put a line break here, and let's create a div with the ID of myBG, and we'll put an H1, and then I'm just going to paste in 2 small paragraphs of sample text. Okay, so if we take a look at that, you can see we just have a heading and a couple paragraphs. What we want to do is go up to the CSS and say my BG, and we're going to set background image to URL, and let me see the name of the image. Okay, we want this flower image right here. Image underscore flower dot gif. Okay, now that's one image, but I also want to have this paper image as a background repeated across the entire thing. Okay, it's a seamless texture. So what we can do is just put a comma here and then put another URL, and we'll say paper.gif. All right, so that's how we can add multiple background images. Okay, so now we're going to set background position, and we want right bottom. Okay, so that's the position for the first image, the flower, and then we want left top for the paper image. All right, and then we'll do background repeat. Okay, now we don't want to repeat for the flower, which is the first image. We do, however, for the paper, so comma repeat. Okay, and you can do this for as many images as you want. Also background size. Actually, we'll do that after. Let's do padding. Okay, so we'll say 15 pixels, and let's just show without the padding first, see what we get. All right, so you can see we have our paper image, which is repeating, and then we have the flower image. Now let's add a little bit of padding. So I want 15, and then let's do 200 pixels on the right, 15 and 15. Okay, so you see we now have a nice little background, and we're utilizing multiple images. Now, as I was showing you, we can also set background size, and let's say 100 pixels, 100 pixels, and then that should shrink the flower image down to 100 pixels. Alright, so that's how you can use multiple background images. Now we're going to get into gradients. Okay, so let's go down here and add a line break, and we're going to add in a couple divs here. Let's give them IDs. We'll say grad1, and I'm going to put a line break, and we're going to have 4 of these. Okay, they're all going to be very similar. I just want to give you a couple different options. Alright, so let's say grad1, and we're going to first set a width of 500 and a height of 200, and then let's give it a background of blue. Alright, so we have a div here with a blue background. Now, to make it gradient is very simple. We can just say background. Now, I know we already have background blue, but you want to keep this because if the browser, if it's IE9 or under, it's not going to be able to do the gradient, so you want to have some kind of color there, most likely. Alright, but to do the gradient, we can say linear dash gradient, and then in here we can put our colors. Let's say blue and black. Save that, and you can see now we have a gradient of blue and black. And you can even add more colors if you want. Let's say we wanted white in there as well. Now you can see we have blue, black, and white. Now you could have this going in a different direction if you want, so let's do that with gradient 2. So we can do the same thing here, but let's get rid of the white, and then all we need to do is go to this first parameter. We're going to say 2, let's say 2 right, comma. Okay, we reload, and now you can see that the gradient is, you can see the black is on the right now. We could also have it go diagonal. So let's say gradient 3, and to do that we'll say instead of to right, we're going to say to bottom right, and then that one you can see is diagonal. And in addition to linear gradient, we can also do a radial gradient. So we'll do that for grad 4. We're just going to change linear to radial, and let's see what that gives us. That doesn't give us anything because we have this to right. Got to get rid of that. And now you can see it's radial. It starts from the center out. Okay, and we can add another color here. Let's say white. Alright, now we can also specify how much of each color we want. So if we were to say, let's actually put white here. So we'll say white 5% and blue 15, and then black 60%. Reload, and you can see that it has a specified amount of the color. Okay, now we can also put a shape in here, so we can say circle and reload, and now you can see it's much more round. And if we want to repeat the gradient, we could say repeating radial gradient, and there we go. Okay, so there's a lot of cool things that you can do with this. Now the last thing I want to get into is the new color systems that we can use, and I'm just going to go ahead and change the colors of these rounded corner divs. So let's go to the first one here, and we're going to use RGBA. Now we've used RGB back in a couple videos ago. In CSS3 we now can use RGBA. Alright, the A is for alpha, which basically pertains to the opacity or the transparency. Alright, so if we were to get rid of this red here, and let's say RGBA, and in here we'll say 255.00. Now that's RGB, but we can add on another parameter here. Let's say 0.3. Save it, and now you can see we get our red, but it's much lighter. Okay, so you can have much different shades of each color. Okay, if we were to get rid of that, it would just be red. Alright, if we were just to do RGB. Alright, but that gives us some more options. Okay, now we can also use what's called HSL, which is hue, saturation, and lightness. So basically we have a wheel with 0 to 360 degrees. So to give you an example, we'll say HSL, and let's say 120. We'll do 120, 100%, and 75%. And that should give us a green color. Alright, and we can change these parameters around. You can experiment with them a little bit. Let's say 50%, and that'll change the shade of green. And then the last one is going to be HSLA, which is just like HSL, except it also has that opacity option. Okay, so let's say HSLA, we'll do 120, 100%, 50%, and then 0.3. And now you can see it gives us a lighter shade of green. Alright, so those are some of the new features of CSS3. In the next video, we're going to take a look at some more. We're going to look at text shadows and box shadows. In this video, we're going to go over text shadows and box shadows in CSS3. So in the body here, we're going to create a couple H1s. Let's give it a class of text1, and we'll just say hello world. Okay, and then I'm going to copy that, and we're going to have two more of these. Okay, so we'll have text 1, 2, and 3. So let's go up to our style here and we'll say h1.text1, and we're going to set a text shadow property, and let's say 2 pixels by 2 pixels, and you can see that it has a little shadow. Alright, now what these numbers are, this one is the position of the horizontal shadow and this one is the vertical shadow. Alright, now we also have a blur option. You can see that the shadow is very well defined. If we want, we could say 5 pixels, and now you can see that it's more blurry and it actually looks a lot better. Now we can also add a color, let's say red, and now you can see we have a red shadow. For h1 text 2, let's go ahead and make the text white, and I'm going to say 2, 2, 5, and then let's say black. So now you can see that the text is actually white. We're only seeing the shadow. Now we could also use multiple shadows. Let's go ahead and copy that. This will be text 3. Get rid of the color. And then for our shadow, let's go ahead and do 0, 0, 3 pixels. And let's put in hexadecimal. We'll do red. Let's do 0, 0, 5 pixels. Let's go ahead and see what that gives us. Okay, so this is actually using multiple shadows, one red, one blue. Alright, so there's a lot of different combinations you can use to get different looks and different effects. So I want to move on to box shadows. So let's go down here and let's create a div, and we'll give it an ID of box1. Okay, let's go up here in the CSS and we're going to say ID box1. Let's give it a width of 300 pixels. We'll do a height of 200 pixels, padding 15, and give it a background color of red. And then we'll add, well, actually let's save that, see what it looks like. Here we just have a red box. Now we want to add the box shadow property, and let's do 10 pixels, 10 pixels, 5 pixels, and so yeah, let's do that. Okay, so now you can see the box shadow. So this is the horizontal shadow, the vertical, and then this is the blur. Okay, we can also change the color if we want. Let's say gray. Save it, reload, and now you can see that the shadow is gray. Now the last thing I want to do is create a card, which is really cool for something like a news site or a blog site where you want to maybe preview a little bit of a story along with an image and have it look nice. So we're going to create, let's do a class called card, and inside that we'll have a class called card header. And these classes I'm just creating, they don't have to be called this. And then under that we'll have a class card container. And let's just indent these. Okay, so in the header we'll just do an H1, and I'm just going to put the number 1. And then in this right here we'll put a paragraph, and we'll just say this is a card. Alright, so it doesn't look like much if we look at it now, but we can add some styling to it. So let's go up here and say class card. Let's set a width of 250, and then I'm going to paste in a box shadow. It's kind of a lot to type, so let's just paste that in. So we have our horizontal and vertical shadows, and we're using the RGBA, which is the red, green, blue alpha color system, and we're just setting it to black, 3 zeros, and then an opacity of 0.2, and then down here 0.19. Okay, so that'll give it a shadow. And let's see, we also want a text align to the center, and then we'll do our card header, and for that let's set a background color of red. We'll set a color of white, and padding 10 pixels, and we'll set the font size to 40 pixels. Okay, and then the container, I just want to have padding 10 pixels. Okay, so let's save that and reload, and I just want to put a line break to separate these. And that's a card. Okay, so you can see we have kind of an area here where we could put large text, or we could put an image, and then in here we could put some kind of caption. So you might see a couple of these lined up on a news site or a blog site, and you can see we've set up the box shadow as well. So something really easy to do that looks pretty nice and clean. So I think we'll go ahead and stop here, and in the next video we're going to get into CSS transitions and animation. Hey guys, in this video we're going to talk about transitions and animation in CSS3. So a transition is basically just that. It's transitioning one style to another. So for instance, a color or position or something like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a div, and let's give it an ID of box1. And actually we don't even need to space it out because we're not putting anything inside of it. And then in the style, let's say box1. We're going to set a width of 100 pixels. Let's set a height of 100 pixels. Background, we'll make it black. Alright, so we have this 100 pixel black box, and what we want to do is we want to transition the width. Okay, so we want the width to just kind of grow at a certain duration to a certain size when we hover over it. Alright, so if we go down here and say box1 hover, and let's then make the width into 300 pixels. Okay, if I save that and just hover over it, you can see that it does go to 300 pixels, but there's no transition. Transition would be nice and smooth, kind of like an animation. So what we can do is up here is say transition, and then the style we want, which is width, and then the duration, which I'm going to say 2s, which will be 2 seconds. Alright, so let's go ahead and save that and reload, and now when I hover over it, you can see that it nicely transitions into 300 pixels wide. Okay, so pretty easy to do. Okay, and we can also set a delay if we want. If we say transition delay, and let's say 1 second, so now you'll notice if I hover over it, it stops first, it doesn't do anything for a second, and then it starts. Alright, we can also change the timing function. So we can say transition timing function. We'll set it to ease out. And then you can see that it kind of starts off slow. It eases out slow and then kind of gets faster as it goes. Alright, it's not too noticeable in this, but there's other timing functions as well. Let me just take a look here. Okay, so let's see, we did ease out, there's also ease in, and I'm just going to take that delay out and just say, I'll just comment it out. Okay, so that kind of, the difference is you can't really notice the difference too much. Let's do linear. Yeah, very slightly. Okay, that seems to be even the whole way. Alright, so you can experiment around with that. Now, you can do more than one style, so let's say we want to do the height as well. We can just go right here and put a comma, and we'll say height. Set that to 2s as well. And then we need to make sure we actually specify the height down here. So we'll just say 300 pixels. So now if I hover over it, you can see that both the width and the height are going to go to 300 pixels in 2 seconds. We can change the times here. We could say height 4 seconds. So now you can see that that stops, the width stops, and then it keeps going for the height 2 more seconds. Alright, so that's an example of a transition. Now animation is a little bit different. So what we're going to do is create another div here, and we're going to give it an ID of box 2. And let's go up here and say box 2. And we're going to set a width. We'll do 100 pixels again. And let's say background color, we'll make it red. Alright, and then what we need to do is set an animation name. And we're going to set that to color change. Okay, now this can be called anything you want. I'm just making this up, color change. So the animation name, and then we also want the duration. So animation duration, let's say 5s, 5 seconds. Okay, now if we save that, you can see that nothing happens. What we need to do is set up a keyframe. So we're going to go up in here, CSS, and say at keyframes, and then the name of the animation, which is color change. And we're going to set from background color red to background color blue. So what we want this to do is it's an animation that's going to turn it from red to blue in 5 seconds. So watch when I reload. You can see that it starts at red and then it gradually goes into blue. Okay, so that's a pretty simple example of an animation. Now, we don't have much flexibility here, so what you can do is you can actually specify certain things to happen at certain points in the animation. So I'm going to actually just comment this out. And then down here we're going to say keyframes color change. And we're going to set up some points. So we'll say 0%, 25%, 50%, 75, and 100%. Okay, so now we have different points in our animation where we can do different things. So let's go ahead and grab this background color red, and I'm going to paste this in all of these. Okay, but when it's at 25, we want it to turn to yellow. When it's at 50, we'll turn it to green. When it's at 75, we'll turn it to blue. And when it's at 100, we'll go back to red. Alright, so let's go ahead and save it and reload and pay attention to this box. Okay, so you can see within 5 seconds it goes through all of these colors. Now we're not limited to just changing one thing at each point. We can actually change the position in order to use top, bottom, right, and left. We need to make this relative. So box 2, we're going to say position relative. Okay, and then down here, let's add left. We'll say left 0 pixels and top 0 pixels. Okay, we want it to start at that position. And then at 25%, we want it to be at left 200 pixels, top 0 pixels. So we just want to move it over to the right. And then let's say left 200 pixels and top 200 pixels, because we now want it to move down. And then let's see, here we'll say left, this will be 200 pixels, and top, wait, is that right? No. This will be, yeah, left will be 0, and then top will be 200. Alright, and then finally it'll be left 0 pixels and top 0 pixels. So we're essentially just going around in a circle or a square. Alright, so let's go ahead and reload. It goes over, down, left, and up. Okay, and you can see the color is also changing at those points. So you can do whatever you'd like when it comes to the properties and the styles that you want to change at each point. Okay, and if you want it to go more than once, we could add in up here animation duration, not duration, iteration count. And let's set that to 3. And now if we reload, it should go around 3 times. See, it keeps going. And what we can also do is make it go in reverse. If we say animation direction, set that to reverse. Now we reload and you can see it goes the other way. Okay, so pretty easy stuff. And I'm just gonna comment these two out. Alright. So that's going to be it for animation and transition. In the next video, we're going to look at the new column feature of CSS3. Hey guys, floating content can sometimes be a pain with CSS, and there is a new feature called columns that we can use in CSS3 that makes this a little easier in some situations. So what we're going to do is go into our body here, and let's put in an article tag, which is an HTML5 tag, and that's going to have an H1. And let's not put the H1 yet. For now, I'm just going to paste in some dummy text. Okay, just a paragraph of dummy text. If we go ahead and reload, looks like this. Now, let's say that we want to split this content up into a couple different columns, 3 different columns. So what we can do now with CSS3 is we can add a property called column count and set that to whatever we want. Let's say 3. Alright, and save that and reload, and now you can see that that has been split up into 3 different columns just by this one style right here, this one property and value. Okay, if I wanted to change it to 4, we could do that, but I'm going to keep it at 3. Alright, and then there's some stuff we can do here. We can set the gap here in between each column. So we can say column gap. and let's set that to 40 pixels. And now if we reload, you can see that now there's a 40 pixel gap in between here. Another thing we could do is add kind of a border between these columns. So we can say column rule style, and let's set that to solid. If we go ahead and save that and reload, you can see we get these borders. Now if you want to adjust the width of that, you can say column rule width, and we'll set that to 1 pixel, and that changes the width. If you want to change the color, you could also do that. We'll say column rule color, and let's set it to coral. Reload, and now you can see the colors changed. Alright, and with a lot of different properties, you can actually combine these. So if we want to go down here and just say column rule and set it to 1 pixel, solid, coral, and then we can actually, I'll just comment these out here. Okay, that makes it a little shorter. Reload, and we still get the same result. Alright, so let's say we want to put an H1 in here. So this would be the article title. Now if I reload, you'll see that the H1 is, it's basically only taking up this column. Okay, and that looks a little weird. For the most part, you're going to want to have your title above it all. So what we can do is go and say article H1, and we can set column span to all. And now if we go and reload, now the title is above all of the columns, no matter how many columns you have. Alright, so just something really easy and helpful that has to do with your layout and how your page looks. Alright, so now what I want to do is show you how to create an element that we can actually resize in the browser. So we're going to create a div. Let's put a line break and then a div, and we'll give it a class of, let's say, textbox1. Alright, and then in here we'll just say try and resize this element. Okay, if I save that, you can see the text right here. We're going to go up into our CSS, and let's say dot textbox1. Was that a class or an ID? Class. So textbox1, and I'm going to give it a border of 2 pixels solid. We'll set a padding of 20 pixels, a width of 300, and an overflow of auto. Okay, so we have some text with a border around it. Now we want to be able to resize this element. So all we have to do is add resize, and let's say horizontal. So now you can see it has this little image in the corner here, and if I grab that and I start dragging it, you can see I can resize it now, and I can resize it horizontally. We can also make it vertical, so now I can go vertical, and then we have a third option to do both. If I put both, then we can do it both ways. Alright, so that's that, and now I'm going to create another text box, and I want to show you how to give it an outline. So this will be text box 2. We'll say this element has a 10 pixel outline. Alright, so up here we'll say dot textbox2, and let's see, we're going to put a margin of 20 pixels here, a padding of 10, width of 300 pixels, a height of 100 pixels. We'll give it a border. Okay. So we just have some text with a border around it. Now what I want to do is set outline to 1 pixel solid red. Okay, so you can see we now have a red outline. Now we can set the offset. We can say outline dash offset and set that to whatever we want. Let's say 10 pixels. And now you can see this element has a 10 pixel outline. Okay, so the offset is the space between each border. So again, something very simple that was added with CSS3. Now the last thing I want to show you is the Flexbox. Now Flexbox basically consists of a container, a flex container with some flex items inside, and the flex container basically defines how the flex items are laid out. So I know that that's a little vague, so let me give you an example. Down here we're going to create a div. Actually, I'm just going to paste this in. Okay, so we just have a div with the class of flex container, and then we have a couple items inside with the class of flex item. Now up here in the CSS, let's put in our flex container class, and we're going to set the width to 400 pixels and the height to 250 pixels. Background color we'll set to black. Okay, and then for the flex item, we'll set a background color of light blue and a width of 100 pixels, height of 100 pixels, and then a margin of 10 pixels. Okay, so if we go ahead and reload, that's what it looks like. Now what we can do is say in our flex container, display flex, not clex. And if we reload, now you can see that they all line up nicely. Alright, so flex is new to CSS3. Now if we want to change the direction, we can go up here and say flex direction, and we're going to say row dash reverse. And if we reload, now you can see that they're now going this way. We can also use the column option, which puts them in columns. We can use column reverse. Okay, so I guess that looks the same, but you can use column reverse. And I'm just going to put that back to, actually I'll just get rid of that. I'll comment it out. Okay, now we can also add justify content, and let's say we want it center. Okay, now you can see that the boxes are center. We can do space between, reload, and now you can see that there's more space between them. There's also space around, which would look like that. Okay, so basically it's just, as I said, you have this flex container and there's different ways that you can lay out the flex items inside. Now we could also change the order of an item. So if we were to go down here and give the second one a class of first, and then up here we could say dot first, oops, and we could do order 1. Actually, let's do order -1 and reload, and now you can see that this one, flex item 2, is now first. So again, just gives you another way to lay out your content. So that's going to be it for now. In the next video, I want to take what we've learned in this section and apply it to a small project or user interface. Alright, so I will see you in the next video. In this video, we're going to put together a small project. It's going to be a pure CSS3 drop down, and you can see it's very simple, but it does use quite a bit of the different features we've been using in this section. It uses rounded corners, gradients, box shadows, pseudo classes, and transitions. So you can see we have 3 tabs: web design, web programming, and graphic design. And if I go ahead and click on one, you can see that it does a transition, gives us a drop down. We have a couple different items here, HTML and CSS, and then we have some links underneath those. Alright, if I click web programming, you can see it has a different background color. We have front end and back end, graphic design, different background color, graphics, and 3D animation. Alright, so that's what we'll be doing. What we're going to do is we just need an index HTML and a style.css file. Alright, so let's go ahead and open up index.html, and we're just going to put our HTML structure in here. We'll give it a title, say drop down, and let's go ahead and link that CSS file. It's going to be a style sheet, and style.css. And inside the body, we're going to use a nav tag here, and let's give it a class of menu. Okay, and inside the nav, we'll have our UL, and we'll have a couple LIs. And let's put in a link here. And we're going to set this to go to $A. And this is going to be web design. Alright, and inside the LI, we're going to put a div. And then let's put a horizontal rule. And then some strong tags, and this will be the HTML. Okay, HTML, that's just text, that's not a link. We'll have the links after it, which are just going to go nowhere. And we'll say basic HTML, and then after that let's put a pipe character and then another link. And we'll say HTML5. Okay, then we'll just copy this whole thing right here, paste that in, and this will change to CSS. And here we'll put CSS3 and then CSS animation. Alright, so that's the format for all of our list items. So we're going to copy that, paste it 2 more times. Okay, this one will be B, and this one will be C. But we also want to add an ID to the LIs. So this will be A. That way we can give them different background colors and stuff. And if you want, you can do different widths and heights. So that'll be B, and then this one will be C. Alright, so if we save that, let's go ahead and open up that index page. Okay, so that's what it looks like now with absolutely no CSS. So let's just change up the text here. This one will be web programming, and we'll change HTML to front end. Let's see, we're going to do here, we'll say JavaScript and jQuery. This one will be backend, and we'll do Node.js and PHP. Okay, and then this last one here will be graphic design. I'll change this here to graphics. and we'll say Photoshop, Illustrator, and then this one will be 3D animation. For that we'll have InDesign and Flash. Okay, so there's our HTML menu. Now we're going to open up the CSS page. And let's start with the body. I just want to give it a light gray background. Okay, and then we'll have our menu class. And we're going to set a width to 600 pixels. And we're also going to make the position absolute. Okay, then we want the UL that's in that menu. And for that, we just want to take the bullets off, so it's going to be list style none. Then we have the LIs themselves. So this is going to be quite a few styles here. We're going to say background. That's going to be a light gray as well. And we're going to set a border. Let's say 1 pixel solid. That's going to be a grayish color too. And we want to display as a block. And since we're displaying as a block, we want it to float. So I'm going to say float left. And let's set the font to bold, 12 pixels, and Arial. We're going to set a height of 40 pixels and also a line height of 40 pixels, so it's in the middle. We'll set the overflow to hidden, so nothing overlaps. Let's set padding, padding left. I'm going to set that to 15 pixels. And then we also want this position to be absolute. We're going to set a width of each list item to be 135 pixels. And let's set the Z index, which will make it make sure that they're on top. So we'll just set that to 10,000. And let's see, now we can add a box shadow. So we'll do 0 pixels, 3 pixels. We'll do a blur of 5 pixels, and then we'll make it a grayish color. And I also want to do a gradient here, a light gradient. So linear gradient, and we'll say top white, and that'll start at 0%, and then we'll have a gray at 50%, another grayish color at 51, and then F6 3 times at 100%. Okay, so just gives us a light linear gradient. Alright, so that should be good for that. Now when we hover, we want it to have a different gradient as well. So I'm going to copy this, copy that line, and paste it in here, except this is going to be hover, so we're going to use the pseudo class hover. And I just want to change this up slightly. I'm going to change this to F4s, and this one will be ED instead of E1. Keep the percentages the same, and then this last one will be all white. Okay, so that's menu ULLI hover. Now for the first one, we want the border radius to be round. So we're going to use the pseudo class first child. So menu ULLI first child. And let's set border radius, and we want to do top 4 pixels, 0, 0, 4 pixels. And then the last child, let's copy that, and we'll go ahead and change this to last. So the last child, we're going to just switch these up. That'll be 0. This will be 4. This will be 4. And this will be 0. So if we go ahead and save that and reload, you can see that it doesn't look too good yet. We can actually only see the last tab. What we need to do here is we're going to add some margin on each individual one. So let's say menu, we'll do menu UL LI with the ID of B, which is the second one. We're going to give a margin left of 150 pixels. Okay, so now you can see that that is pushed over, and we can now see the second tab. We're going to do the same thing for the next one. Let's copy that and change this to C. And then this one has to be double this one, which is going to be 300. Save that, reload, and now we can see all 3 tabs. Next, we want to style the links inside. So we're going to say menu UL LI A for the A tags. And let's say display block. And I want to take the underline away, so we're going to do text decoration none. And let's say color. Go like that. Save it, reload, and now the links look a little better. Alright, now for the div inside. So menu, it's going to be UL LI div. We're going to text align to the left, and let's say font is going to be normal, 11 pixels Arial. Line height is going to be 19 pixels, and then we're going to add a margin, which will be 10 on the top and bottom and 0 on the right and left. Alright, now the div is the drop down content, which we can't see yet. Okay, even if we click on this, we can't see that yet. Alright, so let's now do the links inside the div. So I'm just going to grab this and just add an A on the end. And we just want these to display inline. Okay, and then for the hover, so we'll say A hover. Then I'm going to add an underline, so text decoration underline. Alright, now for the horizontal rule, we're also going to style those. So we want div A, let's see, yeah, no, not A, just div HR, like that. And we're going to set border to be none. And then we'll set border top to be 1 pixel. Dotted, and then for the color we're going to say A0, like that. Alright, and then we're going to add a margin of 5 pixels 0, and then set the width to almost the whole thing. We're going to say 95%. Okay, so now we need the LI when we hover over it, the target. So menu UL LI hover, and then we're going to say target. Alright, so for here we want to say display, and now we're going to inherit its container for display, and we're going to set the padding to 0. We'll set the height to be 155 and the width to be 200, let's say padding left will be 15 pixels, and I'm going to give it an opacity of 0.97, so just a little bit. And then the transition, we'll set height, and for the duration we'll do 0.4s, and we'll ease it in. Okay, so this is for the drop down. Alright, so let's save that, and now you can see we get the transition. Looks good. So I just want to add a background color to each one. So what we can do is just say menu UL LI, and then we need the ID. So this one will be A, and that's only going to be when we hover over the target. So we'll set background, and let's set that to F0F, F0F9FF, and that should do the background just for the first one. So then we'll just copy that, paste it in 2 more times. This one will be B, and we'll change the color up a little. You can make it to whatever you'd like. Go like that, and then the last one here, that's going to be C, and we'll change this to F8 FFE8, and then that should give us a separate background color. There we go. Alright, so we now have our pure CSS drop-down menu. No JavaScript, nothing like that. So hopefully you enjoyed this small project, and I'll see you in the next. Alright, so in this section we're going to get into Twitter Bootstrap, which is an open source front-end framework for faster and easier web development. Alright, Bootstrap is the most popular framework of its type, and I believe it's the second most starred project on GitHub. And it includes HTML and CSS templates, and also components for things like typography, buttons, menus, and lists. GetBootstrap.com has simple snippets that you can use in your projects and get prototypes up and running really quickly. It also includes optional JavaScript plugins for things like modals, drop-downs, carousels, and accordion sliders. So what can you use Bootstrap with? You can use it with any kind of static website, whether it's HTML4, 5, or XHTML. You can use it in front-end applications, so maybe a JavaScript or jQuery application, or maybe something that uses a JavaScript framework like Angular or React.js. Back-end server-side applications with Node.js, PHP, Ruby on Rails. You can also use it in mobile or hybrid applications, and basically anything with an HTML interface. And even if you plan on creating a custom interface later on and not using Bootstrap, you can use it to prototype and just to get things up so you can actually work with the interface and test your functionality. So there's a lot of different reasons to use something like Bootstrap. One, it makes things much easier than having to come up with custom designs for things like buttons and forms and tables. And this in turn saves you a bunch of time. If you go by the Bootstrap guidelines, and especially if you're using the grid system, your application interface is going to be responsive, which means that it'll look good on any device, whether it's a desktop or a tablet or a smartphone. The layout will adapt to the current screen size. Alright, and Bootstrap 3 also uses the mobile-first approach, which means that it was built to think about the most compact design first, and then expand from there up to desktop layout. Alright, it's also compatible with all of the most modern browsers, so your website or your application will always look the same no matter who's viewing it and no matter what device it's being viewed on. Alright, and there's more advantages to using Bootstrap, but these are some of the biggest ones. Alright, so Bootstrap gives us a ton of custom elements and snippets to work with. If you go to getbootstrap.com, you can see that. We'll look into that in the next video. But you can simply copy and paste these things into your HTML, and they'll give you really nice looking elements. So typography, forms, tables, buttons. There's certain image classes where you can easily add borders or resize the image or whatever you want to do with it. Okay, some of the CSS components, there's glyphicons, which are just small icons that you can use. There's certain class names. You can put that in let's say a span tag, and that'll give you a certain icon, and you can adjust the size with CSS, with the font size. Drop downs, button groups where we can lump buttons together, nav bar, breadcrumbs, labels, badges, alerts with different colors for different situations. For instance, a warning, you might want yellow, or danger, red, things like that. A jumbotron, which is basically like a big showcase area that you would have on your landing page. Progress bars, media objects, which can be used in things like blog posts or news articles. List groups, which are used with unordered lists. Panels, wells, which kind of give you a background and a header, and then input groups. Alright, so these are just some of the components that we'll be going over in this section. And like I said, you also have some JavaScript widgets, modals, which are basically alert boxes that will pop up when you click a button or submit a form or whatever you'd like to do. Drop downs for navigation, tabs, tooltips, so when you hover over something you'll have a nice tooltip that pops up, pop over, kind of similar to a tooltip. Alerts, and then carousels, which are basically photo sliders. Okay, so you can slide through a group of photos or images. Alright, so Bootstrap has its own grid system, and it's a 12-column responsive grid system. It's really easy to work with. You just have to use certain class names. Like you can see down here, we have 12 columns. Now this is 12 one-column divs, and you can see we have the class call MD1. So the MD is for medium. That's basically I forget the exact pixels, but when you're viewing, I think, a 960 pixel layout, this will come into play. You can also use call LG for large. You can use call SM for small, but we'll get into that later on. All right, and then right under that you can see we have an 8-column div and then a 4-column div. This is a common main and then sidebar area. And then we have 3 4-column divs and then 2 6-column divs. All right, and if that's confusing to you, don't worry about it. We're gonna have a video on the grid system. Okay, Bootstrap also gives you predefined templates you can use. So over here you can see some of the examples. These are right from getbootstrap.com. So if you want to start with a nav bar, start with a jumbotron, things like that. Alright, so in the last video we started our Bootstrap strapped theme, and we created the jumbotron and the nav bar and customized it with some CSS. So now we're going to continue on the home page, and we're going to add our boxes and some of the other sections that we need to add. So let's go outside of the jumbotron, which ends right here, and we're going to create a div with the class of container. Okay, because we want these all pushed to the center. And we're going to create a row for our grid. And we're going to have 3 4-column divs. So we're going to say div class call MD4, and we're also going to give these a class of box. Alright, let's go ahead and indent these. And inside the div here, we're going to have a well, which will give it a gray background and some padding. And then we'll have, we want to use an icon here, or a glyphicon, so we're going to say span class glyphicon, and this is going to be for mobile app development, so we're going to use the phone icon, glyphicon-phone. Okay, and then we're going to have an H3. We'll say mobile app development, and then let me just grab a paragraph here of just some sample text. Alright, and then what we'll do is copy this div, and we want to put that in 2 more times, and we're just going to change this second one from phone to film, and then the heading here will say media production. Okay, and then the last one here, we're going to change the icon to search, and this will be internet marketing. Alright, so let's see what that looks like. Okay, now we want to change this up a little bit. We want these icons obviously to be a little bigger and also in the center. So let's go to our style CSS. And remember, we use the class box, so we can use that. Let's go ahead and text align to the center. And for the icons, we want to say font size is going to be 50 pixels. Alright, so we'll save that, reload, and that looks a lot better. So now we want to add the section that has the big heading and the subtext. So we're going to go, let's see, we want to go outside of this container, which ends, let's see, what does that end right there? And we're going to put in a div. Let's give it a class. Now you could call this whatever you want. I'm just going to call it section A. And we need a row. And this is going to be a 12-column div, so it's going to stretch all the way across. So call MD12. Okay, then we'll have an H1 and a paragraph. And let me just grab some text. Alright, so let's save that. Okay, so then we have that. Now let's style it. We're going to go to our style sheet, and we have section A, and we're going to give it a background. Color is going to be 313461, which is a purplish color, same color as the buttons. White text, and we want to text align to the center, and let's say padding will be 50 pixels, and also a margin bottom of 30 pixels. Alright, and then the H1, let's say section A, H1, I just want to increase the font size to 50. Alright, let's save that, reload, and there we go. So next we want to do the split 6-column divs. One has the image, and then the other side will be the list group. So we're going to go under the section A div and create a container. Create our row. And we'll have a class call MD6. And same thing here. Okay, so on this side we're just going to have an image. So we'll say image source, and that's going to be in the img folder slash what did I call it, mobile.jpg. Alright, let's see if that shows up. Okay, so we want it to be the width of its container, which is a 6-column div. So what we'll do here is add a class. It's a custom class. I'm just going to call it img-full because we want it to span the full width of its container. Alright, so let's go to style CSS and we'll add in .image full. And we're just going to set the width to 100%. Reload. And now you can see that it takes up 100% of its 6-column div. Now on the other side, we're going to have, let's see, I'm going to put in a heading and a paragraph here. And then we want to have a list group. So I'm going to paste that in. Okay, we have a list group, and then we have LIs that have an icon. You can see we have a span with an icon class, and then some text. So we'll reload, and it looks like that. And then the last thing we need on this page is our footer. Okay, we're actually going to give this a class of main footer, because there are times when you may have multiple headers and footers. So it's good to give it a class. Alright, and then let's see, we need a container. A row. And we're going to have 4 3-column divs. So this will be call MD3. Okay, so we'll copy that. I have 4 of them. This one here is just going to have an H3, say about us. And I'm just going to grab this text right here. And then I'm going to put another paragraph, and this is just going to be a copyright. Okay, and then here we'll have our another list, and we're going to give this a class of list unstyled, and that's going to remove the bullet points and the margin. And these links aren't going to actually go anywhere. Alright, and then I'm just going to copy this UL and we're going to put it in these 2 as well. And we'll go ahead and reload. Okay, now we want to add a background to this footer. So let's say .main footer. Background's going to be that purplish color, 313. Actually, no, let's not do the purple. Let's do a light gray. Okay, and then we're going to say padding 50. Reload, and there's our footer. Alright, so our home page is done. In the next video, we're going to move on and we're going to create our inner pages. Alright, so our home page for our theme is pretty much done. Now we want to add the inner pages. So let's go into our folder here and we're going to create a couple new files. This one's going to be about.html, and we'll create our services, and finally our contact.html. Okay, so we're going to open up about, and what I'm going to do is just copy everything we have in the index page, paste that in. Okay, and then we're going to go, let's see, we're going to go down here to where we have our container, or no, not the container. Let's see, we have Jumbotron. Yeah, right here. We want to change this from Jumbotron main to Jumbotron sub. And in the style sheet, style CSS, I just want to add the padding here because we didn't do that yet. So the only difference, let's copy this. The only difference here is we're going to have, what are we going to have, 80? Actually, I think that might be the same. Let's save that for now. All right, and then in about, we're going to go down to the container in the Jumbotron, and we're going to change this to the page name, which will be About Us. And then we can completely get rid of the paragraph and the two links, or the two buttons. All right, so let's save that and click on the About, and you can see we have a title up here. So that looks good. We'll just keep the padding. And then what I'm going to do is, let's see, the Jumbotron ends right here, so I'm going to delete everything under it. Okay, down to the footer. We don't want to delete the footer. So down to there. And we're going to put a container here. And we're going to have a row. And we're going to have two divs. One's going to be 8 columns for the main area, and one will be 4 columns for the sidebar. So this will be call MD 8. And then we'll have call MD 4. Okay, now in the main area we're going to have a panel. So let's say div class, let's do panel default, and then we want a heading. Okay, and then in the heading we'll have an H3, and we're going to give that a class of panel title, and we'll say About Us. And then under the panel heading we'll have another div, and we're going to give this one a class of panel body. And we're going to put in an image here that I have in the IMG folder, and it's should be called about.jpg. Okay, we're also going to give that class that we created, the img-full, just so it goes across the whole area. Alright, and then under that image we'll put in a couple line breaks, and then I'm going to paste in 2 paragraphs. Okay, let's go ahead and indent this a little bit. Okay, so panel body ends right here. So then in the call MD4 in the sidebar we're going to put an H3. Actually, let's put a well first. We'll do a div with the class of well. And then in there we'll put an H3. We're going to say who we are. And let me just pop some text in there. Put a paragraph. Save that. And now if we go to About, you can see we have a simple About page. Alright, now services is going to be very similar, so I'm going to copy everything we have in about.html, and then we'll go and open up services.html, paste it in. Okay, we want to replace the Jumbotron title right here to services. And let's see, we want this to say services. We're going to get rid of the image and the line breaks right here. We don't need that. What I do want to do is have under the paragraphs here, I want to do a collapse widget. So if we go to Get Bootstrap and go to JavaScript and then collapse, I'm going to grab this right here, copy that. Alright, and then we'll put that in here. And I realize it's a little messy, but you should know what's going on. We went over this already. But I'm just going to replace the titles here of the tabs. So this one will be Web Design. We'll say Web Design and Programming. This right here will be Graphic Design. And then this one will be Media Production. Okay, we'll save that. Let's go back and go to Services, and we have our little collapse area here. Okay, now Contact, also very similar. So we're going to copy the About page, open up Contact HTML, and let's go ahead and change the titles where we need to. Okay, and then we're going to get rid of everything in the panel body, the image, as well as these paragraphs. Alright, and then we're just going to put a really short paragraph in here, and we'll say, please fill out this form to contact us. And let's go to Get Bootstrap, go to CSS, and then Forms. And I'm just going to grab this here, copy it. Alright, and we're going to change some things up here. So for this label, let's get rid of the for attribute, and that'll be the name. Okay, the input, we don't need the ID or the placeholder, and we'll change this to text. And then this one here is going to be email. Okay, we'll get rid of this. Okay, this type will be email, and then we're going to have a message. Get rid of these, and this is going to be a text area, and we're going to give it a class of form control. Alright, and then this last div with the checkbox, we can get rid of that. Alright, so let's save it and go to contacts, and you can see now we have a simple form. Alright, so that's going to be it for this project. I know it's a very simple theme. Feel free to add to it if you want, add new sections. You can change the images out, whatever you'd like to do with it. Alright, so thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next video. Alright, so now that we talked about what Bootstrap is, I'm going to show you how to implement it, and we're also going to take a look at getbootstrap.com, which is where you can find all of the different snippets and different code for some of the elements that Bootstrap offers. Alright, so we're going to download Bootstrap, so getbootstrap.com, we click this button here, and you can see you can use the CDN if you want, if you don't want to actually download the files. But we're going to go ahead and click the download Bootstrap button. Alright, so that's going to be a zip file, and if you open that up, you'll see that there's three folders. There's a CSS folder, fonts, and JS. So what I'm going to do is I have an empty folder here. I'm just going to bring these over. Alright, now if we look in the CSS folder, you'll see there's a bunch of files here. We have bootstrap.css. We have bootstrap-min.css, which is just a minified version of it, and then we have this bootstrap theme CSS, which we're not going to be needing. So all we need here is bootstrap CSS. The rest of them we can go ahead and delete. Alright, and then in the JS folder, we only need the bootstrap.js. Alright, or you could use the minified version if you want. And then we're just going to create an index.html file. Okay, we're going to go ahead and open that up. Let's also open it in the browser. And we're going to just put in our HTML tags here. We'll just say Bootstrap template. And what we need to do is include that CSS file. So we're going to use a link tag here, rel equals style sheet. And then we want to point to CSS / bootstrap.css. Alright, and if we save that, reload, you can see that the font is different than the default, and there's also no margin or padding or anything. Okay, and if we go ahead and look at the source code, you can see we have our Bootstrap CSS file. If I open that up, it should show you the Bootstrap file. Alright, so now that that's implemented, we also want to include the JavaScript. Now, if you're not planning on ever using any of the JavaScript widgets or drop down or anything like that, then you don't need to include it, but it is a good idea just to throw it in there. Alright, so we're going to put a script tag that's going to go to js/bootstrap.js. And if we go ahead and save that, I'm going to open up the console here with F12 and reload, and you'll see that we get an error. It's saying that Bootstrap's JavaScript requires jQuery. Alright, so in order to use that JavaScript file, you have to also include jQuery. You could go ahead and download it, but I'm just going to use the CDN. And I want 1.x, and I'm just going to grab this script tag right here. Okay, if we put that right above the Bootstrap.js, and now we can go back and reload, and you can see the error's gone. Alright, so that's pretty much all we need to do to be able to start using Bootstrap. Now, if we go to the Get Bootstrap website and we click over here, we go to Get Started and then Examples, there's a bunch of templates here that you can use that are really easy to implement. So, for instance, let's say we want this one right here, this navbar template to start with. Click on it, it's going to just open it up in a different page, and we'll do a Control U to look at the source code. And as far as the head area, you should include the viewport, especially if you want your site to be responsive for mobile devices. And then we can probably grab these meta tags too, the character set. So we'll just copy that and just throw that in like that. Alright, and then let's go down here to the body. You can see we have a div with the class of container. And what the container does is it pushes everything into the middle. I believe it's 960 pixels by default. So we're going to grab from that container all the way to the ending div here. Copy it. And let's go ahead and just paste that in the body and save. And then if we go back and reload, you can see that we have that template. We have a navbar here, and this big showcase area, this is called a Jumbotron, which is a Bootstrap component. And you'll see if I go to this drop down and click it, it gives us a little drop down. Now this won't work if you don't have the JavaScript included here. Okay, that drop down menu happens due to JavaScript, so you need that. Alright, now if we look at the code here, I'm not going to go over it too much. The navbar has quite a bit of classes and stuff. What I usually do is just go get a snippet at the Get Bootstrap website as opposed to typing it all out. But basically, we just have a nav tag, has a class of navbar. Now, navbar default gives you the lighter color. We could go ahead and change this to navbar inverse and save it. And now you can see that it's a darker color. Okay, so you have navbar default and navbar inverse. Then we have a container, which is fluid. Okay, so not a specific size, it's adaptive. Div, we have a class here called navbar header. And if I go ahead and make this browser smaller, you'll see that the links disappear, but we have this button. If I click that, you can see it shows us the rest of our menu. Alright, so this is completely responsive. This is what it would look like if you were to view this template on a mobile device. Alright, so very helpful. There's not much you need to do to make your Bootstrap templates responsive. Here we have the navbar brand, which is basically the title. We could say my website, and you can see that that changes here. Alright, then we have our links. We have an LI with the class of active. That's this right here, the home link. You can see it has the solid background there. That's because it has the class active. Okay, then we have some other links. This one here is our drop down, which is this one, and you want to give that a class of drop down. And then we have this A tag here, and then a UL with the class of drop down menu, which is going to be all this stuff here. Alright, and then down here we have a UL with the class nav, navbar nav, and navbar right. Okay, the navbar right is pushing it over to this side. If we have navbar left, that keeps it over here. Alright, and that's pretty much it for the navbar. And if you look at the documentation here, if we go to components and then navbar over here on the side, that gives us some more information. It also shows you how you can actually put a form in there as well, a search form or a login form or something like that, which is right here. Alright, and let's see, the Jumbotron, which is this main showcase area, basically just has a class of Jumbotron, has an H1 and then a paragraph, and in this case we also have a button, which is a link that's formatted as a button, and we'll go over buttons, I believe, in the next video. Alright, so pretty simple. Like I said, you have all these templates to choose from to kind of start with. Often I use this one, the starter template, just for the navbar, and then I'll kind of do everything else myself. But we'll get into that. Alright, you can see down here we have a blog layout you can use, carousel. This one here uses the JavaScript carousel widget. And just some nice stuff to either prototype with or to use as kind of a boilerplate. Alright, so in the next video we're going to start to look at some of the typography and forms, and we'll also look at styling tables. In this video we're going to get into typography, forms, and tables. So we're going to start with the very basics. Let's start with creating some headings and see what those look like. So I have my index.html file here, and I'm linking to bootstrap.css. We have a container div here, and inside here let's just put in an H1. We'll say headings, and I just want to give you an example of all the different sizes of headings. So let me just copy that. Just change this out. And you can kind of use this file as a reference. Alright, so if we look at the headings, that's what each heading looks like, H1 through H6. Now we can use secondary text as well. So if we were to say H1, we'll say welcome, and inside the H1 we can put a small tag, and this would be secondary text. Okay, so that would look like that. Alright, now paragraphs. Let's go ahead and just put in a normal paragraph, and I'm just going to grab some just some dummy text to throw in there. Okay, so nothing special, just have a paragraph. And if we want to kind of emphasize this and make it a little bigger without actually changing the font size, we could go ahead and add a class called lead. And now if I reload, you can see that it's a little bigger and more prominent. Alright, we can also use tags in here like mark if we want to highlight some text. Okay, so if we were to look at that, you can see that that text is now highlighted. We can use del, D-E-L. And if we look at that, you can see that that puts a line through the text. Alright, so just some simple things you can do to kind of dress it up a little. Now alignment, let's go ahead down here, and I'm just going to put a heading. Each part we get into, I'm going to just put an H1 so we know what we're dealing with. So this will be alignment, and what we'll do is put in a paragraph. Let me just grab some text. Alright, so if we want, we can put in the class of text left, and if we take a look at that, you can see that, well, it doesn't, I guess it doesn't really, it's not any different because left is the default. But let me copy this, and we'll change this to text right, and then you can see that this text is now aligned to the right. Okay, we can also do centered. If we do text center, which I use quite a bit, it's centered to the middle. We can also use justify. Which in this case doesn't look any different than the left, but we can justify it. We can also use no wrap. So text no wrap, which also you can't really tell. Let me just add some more text in here. Maybe that can give us a good example. Okay, so see that it's not wrapping, it just keeps going. If I were to take that class off of there, then it would wrap. Alright, so those are just some alignment classes we can use. We also have transformation classes. Okay, so let's do paragraph. We'll give this a class of text lowercase. So no matter what I put in here, even if I do all uppercase, you can see that it gets transformed to lowercase. Alright, and we can do the same thing with text uppercase. Okay, and then we can also do text capitalize. And what text capitalize does is it just takes the first letter of the word and capitalizes it. Okay, so just some really simple but helpful classes. Okay, we also have block quotes. I'm just going to go ahead and put a block quote tag. And let's just paste a paragraph in there. And that's what the block quote looks like. See, you have this nice little border on the left here. We can also do a reverse block quote. So if I copy this whole thing, and let's just give this a class of block quote reverse, and that's going to put that border on the right side of it and the text on the left. Alright, so now let's get into lists. So we're going to go ahead and put in a UL. Alright, so if we look at that, you can see that it doesn't look any different than a regular list. And I'm not going to get into list groups yet. That's going to come later on when we look at the CSS components. But this is just a standard list. Now, in a lot of the cases, you'll want to remove the bullet, and you'll also want to remove that initial padding there. So to do that, we can just add a simple class to the UL called list unstyled. Alright, if we do that, reload, now you can see that the bullet's gone, and so is that padding. Alright, and we can nest lists if we want. For instance, we'll put in here a UL. I'll just grab one of these. Okay, if I reload, now you can see we have a nested list. And that unstyled doesn't pertain to nested list. You'd have to actually add it like this. Okay, but if you do that, it's just going to blend in with the rest of the list items. So it's kind of pointless. Okay, so tables. Let's go ahead and add a table here. I'm going to put in an H1. Did I put in H1 for lists? Yeah, I did. All right, so tables. We'll go ahead and add a table tag. And let's add a table row. And inside here, we're going to have our headings. So table heading. And let's say first name, last name, and email. All right, and then down here we'll have a table row, and we want some columns which are TD. So we'll just say John. Doe. Okay, and I'm just going to copy this table row right here. Okay, so if we save this and reload, this is what a table is going to look like by default. Now if we go up here and we add a class, let's add a class of table, save it, reload, and you can see that that makes the world of a difference. Okay, this looks much better, much cleaner, just by adding a class of table. Okay, now there's a few things we can do with table. We can make it striped if we want to add another class of table dash striped. And what that'll do is it'll make every other row gray, give it a gray background. So that looks pretty nice. And we can also add a class of table hover. If we do that, and then as we hover over each element here, you can see that it turns gray. Okay, we can also do, if we want to make it a little more condensed, we can use a class called table condensed. Reload, and now you can see that there's less spacing inside of the cells. We also have contextual styles. So let's say for one of these rows we want to give it a green background. We could go to a TR and put in a class of, let's say, success. Reload, and now you can see we have a green background. Let's say this one right here, we want to give it a class of danger, and that'll give it a red background. And these contextual classes, these exist throughout all different types of elements, buttons, table rows, alerts, things like that. All right, next thing we're going to do is forms. Let's do H1. Okay, and what we're going to do here is just create a simple form. Now you want to wrap your form fields in a div with the class of form group. Okay, so in this form group, let's put a label. We'll say name for this field, and then an input, and the type will be text. And then we want to give it a class of form control. Okay, that'll give it some padding and extend the input 100%. Okay, if we go ahead and save that and reload, you can see our text field here looks pretty nice. It goes all the way across. It's got some padding, got some box shadow. All right, let's say we wanted to also have an email. Copy that to email. Okay, there we got another text. And let's say maybe a password. We can change the type here to password. Okay, so those are text and password fields. Now if we want to have, let's say, a select, we can do that. just going to paste this in and then replace this with select. And let's also give this a class of form control. And then we'll just put some options. Oh, this should be value. Okay, so that's a select. Take a look at that. You can see that also stretches across the whole area. What else? We have checkbox we can do. For that, let's do div class equals checkbox. And then we'll just put in label. And then we'll put the checkbox inside that. So input type checkbox. And we'll just have the text checkbox. Okay, so there we have a simple form, simple checkbox field. And then we'll have a submit. So right here we could say input type equals submit and value equals submit. Okay, we could add a class to that. Let's say class BTN default, and I'll get into buttons in the next video. But you can see now we have a submit button there, and it actually needs BTN and BTN default. And you can see it gives it a nice clean look. We can also have inline forms. And let me just show you an example. If we go to get Bootstrap and then CSS and then forms. Okay, this is basically what we just did. Inline form here. So if we want to grab this and copy, put a couple line breaks here. Throw that in. And there we have a inline form. So that would be good for something like a login or a search box. Alright, so I think that'll do it for this video. In the next video, we are going to get into more CSS components such as buttons and button groups, alerts, panels, things like that. So I will see you in the next video. Hey guys, in this video we're going to look at some of the different CSS components that Bootstrap offers. Now if you go to getbootstrap.com and you go to components, you'll see down the side here there's all the different components, and that'll give you different snippets, many of which I'm going to show you now. So we're going to start with buttons, something really simple. So buttons can be either input, they can be input tags, they can be button tags, or they can be links, A tags. So let's start out with just a button, and we're going to give it a class of BTN and then BTN default. Alright, and then in here we'll just say button. Okay, so if we look at this, you can see that that's how it's formatted. Okay, it looks nice and clean. Now if we want to use an input, which would be either a button or a submit input, we could do that. So input class, and the classes are the exact same, whether it's a link or an input or a button. Okay, this would have a type of button and then a value. Alright, and then I'm just going to copy that. I don't know why the indentation is messed up here. Okay, now it could also be an input with the type of submit if it was a form. So let's take a look at that. Okay, you can see those look the exact same. And we can also have a link, okay, with those classes. Okay, we'll just give it an href. Okay, and now that link looks the exact same as the buttons and the input. Now we have a lot of different classes we can use to change the look of the buttons. So I'm going to just grab this first one here. And let's go down here and just put some line breaks. Okay, I'm going to paste this in a few times. And the first one here, we have default. You saw that, it's white. We also have button dash success. If we look at that, you can see that that's green. We have dash info. That makes it blue. We have warning. That makes it yellow. And we also have danger, which you probably guessed makes it red. Okay, so we have these different contexts that we can use with these buttons. And then we actually have one called link to, if we want to say button dash link, and that'll just kind of format it as a link, no background, no border, or anything like that. Okay, so that pertains to color and I guess overall design of the button. If we want to change the size, we can do that as well. So let's say this button here, we want to add a class called btn-lg for large. And now if we reload, you can see that that button is bigger. Alright, we can also make it small with btn-sm. And now you can see this button is smaller. Alright, so moving on, we can also have button groups. So let's put a div, and we're going to give it a class of btn-group. And here I'm just going to grab this button. And let's paste that in. So this will be left. This will be middle and right. Alright, so if we go and reload, you can see that we have this group of buttons. So we have rounded corners on the left and right side, and the middle doesn't have any rounded corners. Okay, so it's a nice little group. So next thing we're going to look at is glyphicons. So if we go to our Bootstrap components menu item, you'll see all these icons we can use, and we can just basically throw those in span tags. So let me give you an example. We'll say span class and let's just grab one of these. We'll grab this tag right here, this class, copy it, and we'll paste it right in there. And then if we go over and reload, you can see we get that icon. Now it's very important that if you use these icons, you have to include this fonts folder that comes with Bootstrap, and you want to include these glyphicon files. Alright, if you don't have that, it's just going to show up as a little square. Alright. Now if you want to change the size of these, you can just change the font size. So for instance, let's add a style tags up here, and let's give that icon another class we can use. We'll say icon-lg, and then up here we'll say icon.icon-lg, font size 40 pixels. And if we reload, now you can see that changed the size of the icon. Alright, now we can also put icons right inside buttons as well. So if we grab this button here, and then I'm going to just take or copy this span and put it right in here. And let's just get rid of that button LG. I mean, not button LG, icon LG. Reload, and now you can see we have a icon inside of the button. Alright, next thing we're going to look at are breadcrumbs. So what we can do is take an OL, an ordered list tag, and inside that, I actually want to give that a class of breadcrumb. And we'll do li. Okay, so that'll say home, and then we'll copy that. So this one, let's say category, and then this one technology. Okay, now this one I want to be active, so we're going to give it a class of active, and if we reload, you can see we have a nice little breadcrumb area that would go at the top of our article or the top of our page. Okay, next thing we have pagination, and it's quite a bit of HTML, so I'm just going to grab it from here. If we click on pagination, okay, you can see that we get these little blocks. I'm just going to grab that. It's all in a nav tag. Paste that in. Whoops, why did that happen? Okay, so I don't know why the indent is messed up, but I'll just leave it like that, and we'll save. And we have the little pagination area. Now we also have something called labels that we can use. Okay, so for a label, that will go in a span tag, and we'll give it a class of label. And just like the buttons, they have their own contextual classes, so this will be label default. And if we take a look at that, okay, that's what a label looks like. If I copy this, okay, so let's change this one to success. Basically just like the buttons. This one will be info. Danger. Okay, I think that's all of them. Oh no, we have primary too, that's right. Primary is blue, and I think I left that one out of the buttons. Let me check in a minute. Yeah, let's go up here and let's see. Yeah, so we also have that. We also have primary as an option. Okay, so if we save that, now you can see we get the primary blue button, and then down here we have all of our labels. Okay, we also have badges. So we'll just put a link here, and let's say inbox. Let's say we had a link for our inbox, and we just want to have a label with the number of emails in this inbox. So we could say span class badge, and then let's say we had 50 emails. Okay, save that, reload, and you can see we have this inbox, and we have a badge next to it with 50. And I actually want this in the container. Alright, so that's a badge. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and stop here, and then in the next video we'll continue with the rest of the Bootstrap CSS components. Alright, so we're going to continue looking at some of the CSS components that are available to us in Twitter Bootstrap. So we're going to look at list groups. List groups are basically unordered lists that they're made to look a little cleaner. So let's go ahead and put in a UL here. And the UL is going to have a class called list group, and then all of the LIs inside that list group will have a class of list group item. So we'll just say list item, and let's go ahead and copy this. And that's what it looks like. So we get kind of we get good spacing between each item. We have some padding, we have borders. All right, now if we want to make this into kind of a menu with linked items, we can do that as well. For this, we're going to use a div instead of an unordered list and give it a class of list group. Okay, and then in here we're going to put A tags and give it a class list group item. Okay, so if we were to do that, now you can see we have linked list items. Okay, and it has a hover effect when we go over it. If we want to highlight one of these, we can go ahead and we can add an active class. So that'll make it blue. That'll highlight it in blue. We can also use the contextual colors here. If we go, let's say list group, actually we can just add it onto this one here, say dash success, and that should make it green. Or maybe we do have to add it separately, like that. There we go. Okay, so we can highlight them, all the different Bootstrap colors. So you can use primary, info, success, danger, and warning. And I think we have some other options as well. If we go to the documentation and go to list group, okay, we can also use badges here, you can see, for maybe a directory or something like that. So let me just grab that. Okay, so paste that in, and I'll copy that. Okay, so you can see that now we have list items with badges. We can also do, let's see, custom content. Okay, so we can make it look like this. If we want to grab this div. And let's just copy this right here. And we'll just put in some text right here. And let's remove the active from these two. Save that. And now we have a nice little content area, a little linked content area. Alright, so that's list groups. Next thing we're going to look at are panels. And panels are used basically as content holders. So for instance, let's see, if we go and we click on panels. Okay, here's a basic example. I'm just going to grab that. Okay, so basic panel just has a border around it, but what you probably want is a panel with a heading. Okay, so for instance, let's grab this. Okay, so this one, you have a panel title, and then you have the panel content. Alright, so this could actually be used for like a main section of a page where you have the article title and then the content. Okay, we also have wells. So if we say div class well, and let me just grab some kind of text here, and we'll just type something in. And we reload, and that basically, whoop, I don't want that in the panel though. Alright, so a well gives you this gray background. Okay, if you use a panel, it's a white background. Well is going to give you the gray. Another thing we have is alerts. So let's say div class alert, and these have the context colors as well. So let's say success. Alright, so if we look at that, you can see that we have this green alert. So this would be a success message. Maybe you filled out a form and you want a message telling them everything went alright. Or you might want an error message, which you'd probably use alert danger. And that would give you a red message. Okay, and of course you can also use info and warning. I'm not sure if primary is one. Let's try it out. Okay, so primary doesn't give you anything. Alright, so those are warnings or alerts. And then we can also have progress bars, which can be helpful. Let's have a div with the class of progress. And let's do div class progress bar. And we want to put a style attribute in here. This is how we're going to basically tell it how much to fill it. So we'll say width, and that's going to be a percentage. We'll say 60%. And let's save it, reload. And you can see we have a progress bar with 60% full. Alright, now if we want text inside of it, we could actually put, let's say 60% like that, and reload, and that'll show the text inside of it. Alright, and you can also use context colors here as well. If we say progress bar success, and you can see now it's green. We can also make it striped. If you want to make it stick out a little more, we can say progress bar striped, reload, and now you can see it has these diagonal stripes. Alright, so some more nice looking components that we can use with Bootstrap. Now remember, you can always change these colors up if you want. For instance, this list item, what is it, active, list group item active. If we wanted to, we could say style list group item dot active, and let's say we wanted background black. Reload, and now you can see that these are black. Okay, so you can change things up, and you can see you can also do the hover color if you want to. So copy that, say hover, and let's say we wanted it red. Now when I hover it, it's going to be red. Okay, so that's going to be it for our CSS components. In the next video, we're going to get into a really important aspect of Bootstrap, and that is the grid system. Alright, so in this video, we're going to look at one of the most important and helpful features of Bootstrap, and that's the grid system. The Bootstrap grid is based on a multi-tier 12-column layout. So when you create a row and you assign the number of columns that a div should take up, the total shouldn't go above 12. So let me show you how it works. Basically, we have three major components, which are the container, the row, and the columns. Now we have a container here, and that'll push everything to the middle. Rows are going to be horizontal groups of columns that will ensure the columns are lined up correctly. So we don't have to do any kind of manual floating or alignment or anything like that. So it makes things really easy. So what I'm going to do is create a div, and this is going to be a row. So we're going to give it a class of row. And then we need to decide the size of this div, how many columns it's going to take up. I just want one div that takes up all 12 columns. So we're going to say div class call -md-12 for 12 columns. All right, now the MD stands for medium, and this pertains to the size of the window. All right, now if we only want this to pertain, let's say, if the window is on a mobile device like this, we could use XS, I believe, for extra small, or we could use small or SM for something like this. But I'll get into that in a little bit. All right, so let's go ahead and put some content in here. I'm just going to grab some dummy text and throw that in. Okay, and then if we go and reload, you'll see that this div stretches across all 12 columns. All right, so let me give you an example of another row. So right underneath, we're going to say div class row. And I'm going to grab this and paste it in. Actually, I'm going to cut some of the text out. Okay, and then I'm going to change it to call MD6. Oh. Okay, this should also be MD. All right, so this is going to be a 6-column div. Let me just indent this. Oh. All right, so if I go and reload, now you can see that this column, this div is 6 columns. It's half of it. All right, if I want to copy this and paste it again, that'll give it another 6-column div. So we now have these 2 divs that take up half the size. All right, now I just want these rows to have some margin in between so it's not that confusing. So I'm just going to add a style up here, style tags, and we'll say dot row and margin bottom 20 pixels. All right, just to separate them a little bit. So here we have a 12-column div, and here we have 2 6-column divs. All right. Now notice if I go and I make this smaller, these 6-column divs now take up the whole place. All right, because we only specified it for the medium layout. If we want this to actually be split up, then we can add call. Let's do XS6. Alright, so now if we save that and reload, now you can see that we have the split columns. Alright, so let's go and create another row. Let's see, I just want to tab these over. Alright, so we'll create another row. And we're going to just grab this right here and paste that in 3 times, and then we're going to change this to 4. And what this does is gives us 3 divs that are 4 columns wide. Save that, reload, and you can see we get 3 4-column wide. Now we can even go as far as making them just 1 column wide. So if I go ahead and copy this whole thing, paste that in, and then I'm going to change this to 1. And then what we'll do is just copy these divs. Okay, so that's 6. Yeah, 3, 6, 12. 3, 6, 9, 12. Alright, so if I go and reload, now we have 12 1-column divs. Okay, so you can see how easy it is to lay this out. If we were to just use regular CSS and float and add our padding, you can see that there's automatic padding. It would get really messy, so this saves us a lot of work. Now another thing we can do is we can offset columns. Alright, so let's look at this row here. Let's say that we want 2 4 columns, okay? So let's go up to that row, which is right here, and we'll get rid of this last 4-column div. Alright, we'll save, reload. Okay, so we have these 2 4-column divs, but let's say we want them here and here, and we want this space to be blank. What we could do is set an offset. All right, I'm going to just get rid of the excess for now. Okay, so to set an offset, we'll say call MD offset, and let's do 2. Let's see what that does. Okay, we reload, and you can see that now these are offset 2 columns. It pushed over 2 columns. If we want it to line up over here, then we want to offset it for 4. Okay, so now you can see that these 2 columns are now pushed over. Now we can also we can nest grids. So let's say this right here, which is a 6 column, this here, and let's say we want to split this up into 3 nested divs. So what we could do is get rid of that, and we'll say div class row, because we want to create a nested row. And then in here we'll put a div with the class of call MD6. Okay, and we're just going to grab some text, put that in, and then we'll copy that 6 column div and put another one right next to it, reload, and now you can see that inside this 6 column div we have 2 6 column divs. Alright, so it pertains to whatever it's wrapped in. And I think that's a good place to stop. So you can see this is really easy. Once you get the hang of it, it makes things so much easier to align and separate content. You don't have to worry about padding or any of that stuff. So in the next video, we're going to take a look at some of the JavaScript plugins that Bootstrap offers. Alright, so we've taken a look at the CSS components that Bootstrap offers. Now we're going to take a look at some of the JavaScript plugins or widgets. Alright, so if you go to getbootstrap.com and you click on JavaScript, it'll give you kind of a list of all the different widgets you can use, along with some examples, some documentation. So what I'm going to do is just give you some examples. We're going to start with the modal. Okay, a modal is basically kind of like a light box or a pop-up that has content in it. I'm going to just type it out in the simplest way possible. So in the container here, first thing we want to do is have a button or a link that is going to activate the modal. So let's say button, and we'll give this a class of BTN, BTN primary, and BTN LG to make it a little bigger. Alright, and then we need an attribute called data toggle, and we want to set that to modal. Okay, then we want to have another attribute called data target, and you want to set that to an ID. So let's call it my modal, and then we'll end the button and put some text in it. Okay, so that'll give us just a button. So we want to be able to click this and then have a modal pop up. So we're going to go underneath the button and put in a div. We're going to give it a class of modal and also a class of fade, and then we're going to give it an ID. Alright, now this ID has to match your data target. Okay, so we have my modal here, so that's what we want to put as the ID. Alright, and then there's a couple classes we want to put in here, a couple divs with specific classes. This is going to be modal dash dialog. And then inside that we want to have modal content, modal content, and inside that we're going to have a header, so it's going to be modal header, and let's put in a button. This is going to be the close button. So we're going to give it a type of button and give it a class of close and data dismiss. We want to set that to modal. Okay, so that'll be our close button. And then under that, we're going to put in our H4, which is going to be our title. So we're going to give this H4 a class of modal title. We're going to give it an ID. of my modal label, and in here we'll just put some text, and I just want to indent this a little bit. Alright. Okay, so now we want to go under the header. So the header ends right here. So right here we're going to say div class equals modal body. Okay, and then in here we'll just say this is the modal body, and then we want a footer underneath that. And in here we're going to have some buttons. Okay, so let's say button, and let's see, we're going to give it a type of button. Let's give it a class of BTN default, and we also want to add a data dismiss, and we want to set that to modal. So this is going to be a close button. So we're going to put the text close. Alright, and then you'd probably have like a save button. So let's go ahead and add that. We'll give this one a different class. We'll say BTN primary. And we'll say save changes. Alright, so let's save that, reload. And now when I click that, you can see that a modal opens, has a title, has a body, and it has two buttons. If I go ahead and click close, it'll close it. Okay, next thing is going to be a drop down. So let's go down here, and we're going to create a div class drop down. Now this could be a button. It's going to be a button, but you could also use this functionality in your navigation, in your nav bar. Alright, so let's put a button. We're going to give it a type of button. Let's give it a class of BTN default. And we want to also add a class called drop down toggle. Alright, and let's give it an ID. Let's say drop down menu 1. Okay, we want to give it an attribute called data toggle, just like we did with the modal, except this is going to be drop down. Alright, and then for the text, we'll just say drop down. Alright, now we want to go, actually, you know what, let's put a caret symbol in here too. So right after the text, we'll say span, and we're going to give it a class of caret. Alright, and then under the button, we're going to have a UL, and we're going to give it a class of drop down menu. Okay, and that's going to have some list items. And we'll just say link, and I'm just going to copy this. And let's go ahead, let's add some line breaks up here. Okay, and then we're going to save, reload, and now when I click that, you can see we get a drop down. Okay, we can add separators in here if we want to. Let's say right here we want to separate from the last link. We can put an li and then put a row of separator and a class of divide, and that should do it. So if we reload, no, it didn't do it. Oh, it's divider, not divide. And now you can see that this is separate from the rest of the links. Alright, so that's the drop down. So the next thing is going to be we want some tabs. Alright, like a tabbed menu. So what we can do is, let's put in a UL, and we're going to give it a class of nav, and then also nav tabs. Alright, and then in here we'll say li, and let's see, we're going to also give this li a class of active, because we want this to be the default one that displays. And then in here we're going to put an a tag. We're going to set this to an ID, let's say tab1, and we're going to give it a role of tab. And then again, we want that data toggle attribute, and we're going to set that to tab. And in here, let's say home. Okay, so we're going to copy that li tag, and let's paste in two more, except we're going to remove the active class here on both of these, and we're going to change the data, the href, we're going to change that to tab 2 and tab 3, and then we'll just change the text. We'll say messages profile. Alright, so let's see what that looks like. Okay, so you can see we have a nice tabbed area. Now if I click on it, you can see that they change. Now to add content, let me just put some line breaks here, separate that a little. To add content, we're going to go below the UL and create a div, and we want to give this a class of tab content. And in here we're going to have a div, we're going to give it a role attribute of tab panel, we're going to give it a class of tab pane, and then this is going to be the active one. So we want to put in a class of active here as well. And then we also need an ID that's going to pertain to this up here, tab 1. Okay, so we want to put tab 1 in there. And then we can put whatever text, whatever content we want. We'll just say this is tab 1. Alright, and then what we're going to do is copy that and paste in two more. Okay, and then this one here, we're going to take the active class off of both of these. We're going to change the ID here to tab 2 and change the text, and then this will be 3, 3. So now if we reload, you see this is tab 1, click this one, this is tab 2, this is tab 3, and it's as easy as that. Alright, so next thing we have is the tooltip. I'll put some line breaks. So for the tooltip, we're going to put in a button, but of course this could be any element, and let's just give it a class of btn, btn default, and we're going to put in data toggle, set that to tooltip, and then we want to also have a data placement attribute. And we're going to set that to left, give it a title, and we'll just say this is a tooltip, and then whatever text we want for the button. Alright, so let's go ahead and reload that, and we have a button. Now if I hover over it, nothing happens. That's because we need to actually enable the tooltip. So we're going to go down here and add in a script tag, and then we need to somehow identify it with jQuery. So we could put an ID if we want, but I want all data toggle tooltip elements to be able to use tooltip. So what we're going to do is use jQuery here. Instead of putting an ID or something in here, we're just going to say that anything that has the attribute data toggle, and also data toggle equals tooltip. So anything that has that, we're going to run dot tooltip. Okay, just like that. So if we save and reload, now as I hover over it, you can see that the tooltip is over here on the left, which seems to be getting cut off a little bit. So if we want to change the placement, we can simply change this to right, and now you can see it's on the right. We can also change it to top, and we can also change it to bottom. Alright, so tooltip's pretty simple to implement. Alright, next thing we have a popover. So if we go ahead and just add some line breaks here. And I'm actually going to just copy this button with the tooltip that we just did. And we're going to change, let's see, data toggle. We're going to change that from tooltip to popover. And let's see, we don't need data placement. We do need data content. So for data content, we're going to say, here is your popover text. Alright, and then for the title, we'll just say popover title. Alright, so let's save that, reload, and now when I click that, nothing's going to happen because we actually have to activate it just like we did down here with the tooltip, except we're just going to change this to popover and this. Alright, and then if we reload and I click here, now you can see we get this nice popover content. Alright, so that's going to do it for this video. In the next one, we're going to be talking about the rest of the JavaScript widgets, like the carousel and the accordion menu. Okay, so I will see you then. Alright, welcome to part B of the JavaScript plugins for Bootstrap. In this video, we're going to talk about the collapse plugin and the accordion and the carousel. So we'll start with collapse, and basically what that is you can have an element such as a button where you can click it and then you can have a piece of content collapse or uncollapse, so open and close, which is kind of like a modal, except it's not in the lightbox, it's in another section of the application or the UI. Alright, so we'll start with an A tag. So we're going to give this a class of btn primary, and let's give it a data toggle attribute. And you'll notice that all of these JavaScript plugins, they have a specific data toggle value that they use. This one is going to be collapse. And then for the href, that's going to be an ID. Let's just call it my content. Oops, that needs to be a number sign. My content. And in here, let's say click me. Okay. And then down here, we're going to have a div. And we're going to give this div a class of collapse. Okay, and we're going to give it the ID my content. Okay, so this ID has to match this right here. Okay, and then inside here, let's put in a div with the class of well, just to give it kind of a background and some padding. And we'll say text for collapse widget. Okay, so let's save that, reload. If I click that, you can see that that content opens and closes. Okay, now you don't have to use an A tag, you could also use a button. So let's copy that. And this time this is going to be a button. And let's give it a class of btn default. And you want the data toggle collapse, that's correct. And then you don't want the href here, this has to be data target. And set that to my content. So now if we reload, you can see that that also opens it, but I need to fix this. This needs to be button. Okay, so now that opens the same exact content, both of them do. So that's the collapse widget. Next we're going to talk about the accordion, and if we go and look at the documentation, let's go to, let's see, collapse. Right here we have an accordion example. Okay, so it's basically kind of like vertical tabs. Now I'm not going to go and type all this out because it is quite a bit. I'll just go ahead and copy this whole thing right here. Actually, I can just click this copy link, and then we'll go and add some line breaks, paste it in, and if we look at the code, it's pretty simple. There's just a lot of it. We have a div with the class of panel group, ID of accordion. We have some of the special accessibility attributes here, which you don't need, but they are good to have. And then we have a panel heading. You can see that it has an ID of heading 1, and there's an A tag here with the data toggle collapse. So the accordion is actually part of the collapse plugin. Okay, has a data parent of accordion. The href is collapse 1. Okay, and down here you can see that this div has an ID of collapse 1. Okay, so this tab here is going to pertain to this content. And then down here you'll see we have a heading with the ID of heading 2, and we have our tab with the href of collapse 2, which is going to pertain to this here, heading 2 and collapse 2. And then we have one more. Okay, so let's save that and reload, and there we go. There's our accordion. So the next thing we're going to look at is the carousel, or the slider, okay, which is basically just a quick slideshow. You can change the images out. Now you should have in your files, you should have an image folder with these 3 images. Okay, these are just 3 sample images that we're going to be using. Alright, so let's go and add some line breaks here. Okay, and then we're going to create a div, and let's give it an ID of carousel example generic. Okay, and this is from the Bootstrap documentation. I just want to type it out so that I can kind of explain it. Alright, so we're going to give this a class of carousel and also slide. And it's going to take an attribute called data ride. Okay, and that's going to be carousel. And then we'll close that div up. So in here we're going to have some indicators which will indicate each slide. This is actually going to be an ordered list. Okay, and this is going to have a class of carousel indicators. And we're going to have some LIs here. This will have a data target attribute, and we're just going to use this right here, this carousel example generic. Okay, we want to put a number sign in front of it though, just like that. And then we're going to have an attribute called data slide 2, and we're going to set that to 0, so we can specify which slide we want these indicators to slide to. And this is going to be the active one, so we're going to add a class of active. Okay, and then we don't need to have anything in the actual list item. So I'm going to copy this and paste it in 2 more times. Okay, and then we just want to change this to 1 and this to 2, and we just want to get rid of the active class on these 2. Just like that. Alright, so if I was to save this and reload, you can see that there's no changes, nothing shows up. We need to add the wrapper for the slides. So let's tab that over, and we're going to go under the OL, create a div. We're going to give this a class of carousel-inner, and we're going to give this a role of list box. And in here we're going to have a couple divs. This will have a class of item, and this is also going to be the active item. Okay, and here we can put our image with the source. It's going to be in the image folder /1.jpg. Okay, that's the first image. And for alt, we're going to put an alt attribute and just put 3 dots. Alright, now this can have a caption. Actually, for the alt, let's just say image1, and then we'll have a caption, which will be in a div class equals carousel caption. And let's see, we'll just say this is image1. Tab that over. Okay, then we're going to copy this div with the item class, and we're going to paste that in 2 more times, and we just want to get rid of the active class. This one here is going to be 2.jpg. We'll change the alt. We'll change this to 2, and then this one here is 3. And we'll change that to 3. Alright, so if we look at that, we get our first image. This is the active image. And I think I actually have one too many divs here, because this ends here. Or no, actually, no, that's correct. And you can see that it's changing on its own every, I don't know, it looks like it's about 5 seconds or so. But what we want to do is add some controls. We want a previous and a next arrow. So we're going to go right here. Okay, you want to go within the last div, don't go under it. You want to be within it. And let's put an A tag. We're going to give it a class of left and also carousel control, and then an href, which is going to go to this right here, carousel example generic, like that. And let's give it a role of button, and then we want to give it a data slide attribute, and we're going to set that to prev or prev. Alright, and then within the A tag we're going to have a span, because we want this to be an icon, so we're going to use a glyphicon. And glyphicon dash chevron left. Okay, we want that to be a left facing arrow. Alright, and then we can end that span, and then right underneath it we want to have a span, and then give this a class of SR only, and then we're going to put the text previous. Alright, and I think that should do it for the left button. So now we'll just copy this, and then we want to do the right. So for this one, we're going to change this class right here to right, and the data slide is going to be next. We're going to change this icon to chevron right, and this text will be next. Alright, so let's save that and see what we get. Alright, so we now have our arrows here, and you can see we can scroll through, but the width, we need to fix the width, and we can simply do that with CSS. So let's go up to our head area, and we'll put in style, and we know it has a class of slide, I believe. So I'm going to set the width to 420 pixels. Okay, we'll reload that, and there we go. So we have our images. You can see we have our caption. We can also navigate with these controls right here, these little dots, and it's as easy as that. Okay, so you don't have to go searching for some third-party slider program. If you use Bootstrap, you can just add this and you're all set. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and stop here. In the next video, we're going to create a Twitter Bootstrap template using many of the features that we've gone over in this section. Alright, so now we're going to take everything that we've learned in this Bootstrap section and put it into play and build a really simple Bootstrap theme called Strapped. So this is an example of what we'll be building. You can see that we have a nav bar up here, and this is actually inside, it's nested in the Jumbotron. Okay, I just wanted to give it kind of a different look. And you can see we have the border when we hover over the links. Our Jumbotron has a heading, a lead paragraph, and we get two buttons here. If we scroll down, you can see we have some wells. We're using the grid system. We're using glyphicons here with a heading and some text. Down here we have another section with a heading and a paragraph. Then we have split. We have two 6-column divs here. One has an image, one has some text and a list group with some icons. And then the footer is just separated into 4 3-column divs. One has an About Us, and the other ones are footer menus. Alright, so that's the home page. If we click on About, you can see that we still have a Jumbotron up here, but I made it smaller, and we took out the buttons and all that stuff and just put a page title in. Alright, then down here we have 2 divs here. We have one 8-column, one 4-column for the sidebar, and we're using panels here. We're using a well, and we have our footer, which is repeated throughout the site. Services, pretty similar to the About page, except we're using these JavaScript tabs. And then Contacts just has a very simple form. Alright, so it's a really easy project. I think it's nice and clean, and I think it implements most of the stuff that we've gone over. So that's what we'll be doing. If you take a look at what we're starting with, we just have a folder called Strapped. Inside that we have a CSS folder with the Bootstrap CSS file. We have our fonts folder from Bootstrap, an empty image folder, a JavaScript folder with bootstrap.js, and then an index HTML. Alright, and this is what we're starting with in our HTML. Okay, so what we're going to do now, we're going to create another style sheet as well, okay, for custom styles. So in the CSS folder, let's go ahead and create style.css. Alright, and I'm just going to close this up. And then in the index file, we'll go ahead and include that right under the Bootstrap CSS. Alright. And let's start with the Jumbotron. So we're going to say div class Jumbotron. Now, since we have Jumbotron on the home page, and then we have them on the sub pages or the inner pages, we're going to have 2 different classes. This one is going to be Jumbotron main, and then the ones inside will be Jumbotron sub. Okay, now we will put the nav bar in here. I'm just going to put a comment here for now. Okay, and then under that nav bar we'll have a container. And we'll put an H1 in here. Let's say multi-purpose Bootstrap theme. And then we'll have a paragraph, and let's give that a class of lead. And then I'm just going to grab some text real quick. Paste that in. And then under that we'll have another paragraph which will have 2 buttons inside of it, or 2 links formatted as buttons. This will be BTN primary, and let's also make it large. Okay. So this text will say read more, and then we'll have another one next to it. This one, let's say default, and this will be contact us, and we can actually make these go to real pages. This one will say about HTML, and then this one contact.html. Alright, so let's go ahead and reload, and you can see we just got a simple Jumbotron. And now what I want to do is get the nav bar. So we're going to go to getbootstrap.com, and let's go to getting started and then examples, and this starter template right here, we're going to go ahead and do a Control U so we can see the source code, and I'm going to grab this nav tag down to the ending nav tag and copy. Alright, and then we'll go into our Jumbotron and we'll place that right here. Okay, now let's see this nav class right here. You see it has navbar inverse and navbar fixed top. I'm actually going to get rid of those. Alright, and then let's see, we're going to change the project name to Strapped, and let's see, for the links, this one will be index.html, this one will be about.html, and we're going to have a services page as well. And contact will be contact.html. Alright, so let's save that and reload, and you can see we now have our nav bar. Now we're going to want to change the look of this quite a bit, so we're going to open up that style sheet, style CSS. Alright, and first thing I want to do is the buttons, I want it to be more of a purplish color, so we're going to say .btn primary, and let's set a background, and that's going to be 313461, and then the border I'm just going to make the same color. Alright, so now you can see that the button in its regular state is a purple color. Alright, now for, let's see, for the Jumbotron, there is an image that we're going to use for the background, so that should be in your files. I'm just going to grab it real quick. Okay, let's paste that in. So it should be bg.jpg. It's just a faded image of a guy on his smartphone. So generally this template would be for something like an app development company, or maybe a marketing company, something like that. And while I'm at it, I'm just going to paste in the other two images that we're going to need later on. Alright, so now that we have that in there, we can go ahead and let's say Jumbotron, we'll say background 333, which is a dark gray, and then we want the URL. We're going to go // into the img folder, and then bg.jpg, and also going to want to move it a little bit, so we want -400 pixels and -200 pixels. Alright, and this parenthesis should actually end back here. Alright, let's go ahead and save that. Okay, so now you can see we have the background image. We want to make the text white since it's a dark background. And we're also going to text align everything to the center. And then I just want to put a border bottom, which will be 5 pixels and light gray. Let's go ahead and reload. Okay, that looks good. The Jumbotron main which is this, and the Jumbotron sub, which will be the inner pages. They're going to have the padding will be a little different, so we're going to go ahead and add those two classes here so we can style them separately. Okay, so we're going to have padding here. That's going to be 0 on the top. The reason I'm putting 0 is because we have the nav bar here and we don't want space above it. Okay, so 0 on the top. We'll do 60 on the left and right, and let's do 40 on the bottom. Okay, save that. And now you can see that the nav bar has now moved up. Alright, now I want to put some margin on the H1, so we're going to say, let's go right here, Jumbotron main H1, and let's see, we're going to say margin top 60 pixels, margin bottom 30 pixels. Alright, and then we're going to do the paragraph, the lead paragraph. Jumbotron p.lead. I'm going to increase the font size too to 25. And then we'll say margin bottom 60 pixels. Alright, good. So now we want to do the nav bar. So let's go right here and say nav bar. I'm going to set the margin to 0 and make sure the color is white. Okay, the links have to be white too. So nav bar A, like that. And let's reload. Alright, now notice the background is white when I hover it, and I don't want that. So we're going to go ahead and add down here nav bar A hover. Okay, we're going to set background here to none, and we're going to make that important. And let's see, we're going to add a border to the bottom, which will be white, 3 pixels solid. Now notice when I hover over it, it kind of pushes everything down. That's because when we're not hovering, there's no 3 pixel border. When we hover, there is, so it's pushing it down 3 pixels. Now there's a few things you could do to fix this. What I'm going to do is set on the navbar A, I'm going to set a margin bottom to 3 pixels, and then when we hover it, we want to set that margin bottom to 0 because the border is going to kind of replace it. So now you can see that it gives us the border but doesn't push stuff down. Alright, now I want this to be aligned on the right, so let's add, let's see, we'll go right here and we'll say navbar right, and that'll just move it over to that side. Alright, so I think that's a good place to stop. We have our navbar and our Jumbotron all set. So in the next video we'll continue on the home page and we'll start to create our boxes and so on.